Who would that be?
Who?
Aaron.
It's April Fool's Day.
I would vote for him.
It's all city council making it.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. It's nice to see so many faces here. I would now like to call the April 1st, 2025 Longmont City Council Study Session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel. It can also be viewed at longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or Comcast channels 8 or 880. Can we have a roll call, please, Dawn?
Absolutely. Mayor Peck.
Here.
Councilmember Christ. Present. Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring.
Here.
Councilmember McCoy. Present. Councilmember Popkin.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
And Councilmember Yarbrough is absent. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Normally, at this point in the agenda, we're going to make motions, but I'm going to augment it. I got permission or direction from council to allow Lisa Kaufman and Brandon Schaefer to give a presentation on RTD and Front Range Passenger Rail. So I would like to invite you, Lisa Kaufman from the, and Lisa, just tell us who you're representing and.
Hi, I'm Lisa Kaufman. I'm Senior Strategic Advisor to the Governor and fellow Boulder County resident. I live just down the road in Lyons and previously had the privilege of working for the Governor when we were in Congress and representing the Boulder County community. So thanks for having us.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Brandon Schaefer, Special Advisor for Passenger Rail and Transit, work with Lisa as well in the Governor's Office, so thanks for having us tonight.
Stand here. How do we do this?
Right button.
Just right button, okay.
Yes, if you would prefer, you can sit at the chairs rather than at the podium.
Okay. Podium do it, okay. All right, I'll get it started.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that. This is much easier.
Clicking on there.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor. Can you guys hear me? Is it not working?
No, it's not on.
All right. Thanks, Mayor, for inviting us to give this presentation. So what we are presenting is the findings from a March 1st report that was mandated in SB 184, which was a bill sponsored by then Senator Fenberg and Senator Marchman, who I think represents this area. And what this bill did was provide a new revenue stream for the state of Colorado in the form of a new daily rental car fee. And it also mandated that the parties of Front Range Passenger Rail, RTD, CDOT, CTIO, which is the High Performance Enterprise, that the new rental car fee is collected through within CDOT, and the Clean Transit Enterprise that got new rail funding in the form of the oil and gas extraction fee, study what it could mean to have a collaborative between those entities to get starter service going with existing resources, and how fast could they do it. The mandate was to look at 3 or 5 daily round trips by 2029. So what I'm going to go through tonight is the results of that study, which really the threshold question of that study is there enough existing resources for a viable starter service that could be built upon? So basic assumptions for what that means is one operator between Denver and Fort Collins, one access agreement with BNSF, one route which would leave Denver Union Station, travel along the RTD B line, and then transfer onto the BNSF freight line through Longmont up to Fort Collins. Next slide. Other basic assumptions of this study is that this is a starter service to be built upon. I think we all would love to see more than 3 daily round trips or 5, but we have to start somewhere, and this community and my community has been waiting a very long time to have a train running on these tracks. And so the assumption for the study is the viable starter service, can it stand alone and also be teed up to either be acquired or merge into the eventual Front Range passenger rail? And can it be funded with existing resources before having to go back to the voters for a sales tax increase, which is what Front Range Passenger Rail has the authority to do? So the other basic assumption and guiding premise of this is, can you design a starter service also that all of the, or nearly all of the infrastructure for the starter service is of service and benefit for the eventual Front Range Passenger Rail? So if we're building additional sidings, are those the sidings that Front Range Passenger Rail needs? The modern positive train control signaling system, that is the system that Front Range Passenger Rail would need. And of course, looking at how we improve at-grade crossings. Of course, this community has many complicated at-grade crossings that we would need to address for passenger rail. Next slide. So this is a summary and kind of the punchline, and I'll go through how we arrive here, but worth saying at the top. What we are studying with joint service, this collaborative, is a hybrid between the commuter service planned by RTD and the intercity service planned by Front Range Passenger Rail, but it's designed to maintain intercity passenger rail classification for federal purposes. What does that mean? There is a federal definition that Congress passed. It's open for interpretation, but it includes the amount of communities and population centers that you connect. It takes into account the spacing between stations to determine the difference between intercity passenger rail and commuter rail. This is important because intercity passenger rail has several benefits that commuter rail does not have. It has a lot more federal investment. And if you choose Amtrak as the operator for intercity passenger rail, Amtrak has supremacy over the Class 1 host railroad. And so the federal law through the Passenger Rail Act of 1970 says if you choose the national passenger rail provider, Amtrak, they have a right to run passenger rail if it's for the purpose of intercity, which is very different than commuter. So as we think about as a community, how do we solve this problem of not having train service that we were promised? And intercity passenger rail gives us a pathway with lots more assurances than commuter does. So this study that we were looking at for joint service has 8 stops. And if you look at the graphic on the right, this is what those 8 stops are. And you will see that in the blue that there are 3 additional stops that are not included in Front Range Passenger Rail's route. So you would leave Denver Union Station, you would stop in Westminster, Broomfield, Louisville, Boulder, Longmont, Loveland, and Fort Collins. What this study has found based off of the RTC model, which is a highly technical, sophisticated model based off of BNSF's own business data, that 3 daily round trips cost about $83 million annually. That number is if you amortize the capital expenses plus the annual O&M. What we all know that RTD just finished their 3 in and 3 out peak rail service study of their 10 stops, which is 2 stops in Westminster, 2 stops in Broomfield. That if they go just to Longmont, their cost of going it alone is between $52 and $56 million. Front Range Passenger Rail is still in the process of their study, the service development plan, and we hope to have those results by this fall. I believe there'll be an update to the community this spring on the alternative analysis, which is part of that study. Next slide. So capital expenses from going on this route from Denver to Fort Collins is $885 million. What that number means is it has a 30% contingency because we have not moved into an engineering design, and these numbers are not verified by BNSF, but they are based off of BNSF's business data. So what you see on the right in 785, if you were to reduce that contingency, which we are not pursuing at this point. We think at this stage of study, it's wise to stay at the 30% contingency until the next phase of study, in which we might lower our contingency based off of a new round of data. But some of the cost associated with that is the contingency, professional services, buying the train sets, the signaling system, the site work, the facilities, and the stations, and then the track work. And again, those, in the next phase of study, we can go through where we think there might be movement in these numbers. But for this phase, we believe that it's a good sound number to base off of the 885. Next slide. This is the annual O&M cost. And so we looked at not just what would it cost in 2029, which is the year we hope to begin service, but then we put a 2 to 3% inflator on that through 2050, because we want it to match the overall cost and the escalation of cost to the revenue sources that we would be utilizing. So you see by 2050, the O&M grows to 59 million, and what's included in O&M is workforce, fleet maintenance. Fare collection is not included as a deduction. It's assumed flat for now because we have not done ridership and fare box collection policy yet. State maintenance and overhead, the host railroad fees, and other administrative cost is where we get these numbers from. Next slide. So looking at the annual cost in 2029, if we were to take out debt for the 885, that results in a $51 million annual debt service payment, and then $32 million in O&M that I just showed you. And then if we look at 2050, we look at continuing that debt service. It does roll off sometime in the 2050s. And then the $59 million that we saw in O&M, and then a contribution to good state of repair. Next slide. So again, as I said, we didn't want to just price out the cost of the project. We also want to map it to the sources. So if you look at this graph, the blue line is the total revenue for the daily rental car fee that was authorized in 184. And that total revenue is for FY26, $57 million, and it grows to $110 million by 2050. And then in the oil and gas extraction fee bill, there was a set aside for unfinished fast tracks project, rail projects, particularly calling out that this revenue should be looked prioritized to finishing the unfinished Northwest Rail and the M line. And so because the legislature signaled out 2 projects to prioritize for the purpose of this study, we also allocated 50% for this project. So the annual 20% set aside is around $20 million. So taking half of that for this project, leaving the rest for the end line completion, is what you see in the purple line. Next slide. So the other revenue source is RTD and the fast track sales tax. So what you are looking at here is a graph on the left-hand side. And I should start off by saying that probably if we looked at this snapshot, this is a slide directly from the RTD CFO that they presented to their own board. So this is publicly available information, and taking directly from their board packet to put it into here and looking at their available revenue and what revenue is unallocated that could be potentially allocated to this project, shall that policy decision be made by that governing board. All of these decisions need to be made by the governing boards of these entities. The purpose of this study is to look at what is potentially available for this project. So, you know, in the last couple of years, we've had extraordinary leadership at RTD. Your board member, Eric Davison, being a accountant by trade, I think has done a lot of really amazing work to make RTD more financially healthy than they probably have ever been in the past. They did a lot of good work restructuring some bad debt before the pandemic, lowering interest rates. They got significant investments from the federal government during the pandemic, and we see a very healthy balance sheet in this. So what you're looking at in the left-hand corner here is their current cash flow projections for the next 5 years. So the teal bars on the bottom is their debt service on loans that exist today, and then the blue line is their operating expenses. Their purple line here is planned capital expenses, And then the yellow line is transfers to various reserve accounts. So looking at the gray graph at the bottom goes through kind of a 5-year look at their reserves. And so in 2024, they're planning $24 million transfer to reserves. They're withdrawing $12 million for planned capital expenses. That leaves them with $196 million in their operating reserve, $185 million in their capital replacement reserve, $190 million in their Fast Track's internal savings account, FISA, and $422 million in an unrestricted reserve account for a total of $994 million in reserve. For context, the annual budget for RTD is around $1 billion. As I said, I've worked for the governor for the last 6 years. I was chief of staff in the first term, so I've gone through many budget cycles for the state of Colorado. When Governor Polis took office in 2019, we inherited a state budget with less than a 5% reserve. We have worked really, really hard over the last 6 years to prioritize saving for a rainy day and having a healthy reserve. We are now at about 15%, which has put us in the middle of the pack for states. And what you're looking at here is that RTD is sitting at about 100% reserve in 2024, over 100% reserve in 2025, and even after they make major capital improvements planned in 2027, they're ending in 5 years with $848 million in reserve. This goes through kind of available revenue sources and the matching what they could be used for financing capital versus O&M. So you see the state of Colorado just won a CRISI grant last fall for about $90 million total. $66.4 million was awarded from the federal government, with the state matching that award with $27.9 million for capital improvements that are needed for both joint service, front range passenger rail, and to improve rail safety for freight operations today. As some of you might know, uniquely, the Northern Front Range sub lacks modern signaling, so a very big expense on this project is that you must put PTC on the line. And it's kind of a unique situation that we have a lot of freight operations moving through urban corridors without any monitoring signal system on it. It's a dark signal through most of northern Colorado. So this would be to pay for a segment of that. Next slide. So again, the purpose of the March 1st report was to answer the question, is there enough existing resources to get starter service going on the Northern Front Range prior to going back to the voters for an increase in sales tax? And what the study says is yes. So if you look at the cost, $51 million in annual debt service, $32 million in O&M. If you assume the state is willing to invest 50% of their rail revenue towards this project, you would get a $42 million contribution from the state, which leaves a gap of $41 million to be filled by RTD. Shall that board make that policy decision? Next slide. So the key takeaways from the March 1st report is there is enough existing resources within the daily rental car fee, production fee, and RTD sales tax to cover the cost of 3 daily round trips. 3 daily round trips is estimated to cost around $83 million a year. If the state contributes $42 million annually, the gap for RTD to fill is $41 million. And we all know from the Peak Rail study that if RTD is to go it alone and go from just Denver to Longmont versus Denver to Fort Collins, it would cost them $52 to $56 million annually. So $41 million for joint service is more service for the state of Colorado and less contribution for RTD to get a starter service started. Nearly all the infrastructure investments needed for joint service would benefit the eventual Front Range passenger rail. And the next phase for us is for us to engage in verifying these costs with BNSF and to recost out the project based off of the exact characteristics of service and to look at how exactly you would form the capital stack, who would pay for what, and then what is the governance for the new entity that would be the collaborative of all the entities, and how would they make decisions? How would you ensure certainty for contracts that we would enter into? So that is the next phase. We expect that next phase to be completed by July of this year. That is our presentation.
That's it. Pretty exciting. For context, because these are the residents that have been paying RTD tax since 2004, this is the way that we are actually using the money that we have put into RTD, because there's no way we're ever going to get that money back. So we are actually using it to get the rail that we have been working for. And without the governor's help, there's no way, without the state help, that we would be able to finance it. And I have to thank these two people up here, Lisa and Brandon, because they've figured out a way to get the first phase of the Front Range Passenger Rail from Denver Union Station to Fort Collins without any additional money. It is all through grants and fees that the state has put it. And remember, those are tax dollars that are coming back to you through grants and fees to get the rail that we've been working on forever. So this is the first phase. The second phase then would be from Denver to Pueblo, and then from Pueblo you can catch the Southwest Chief and go to San Francisco or wherever. And then Wyoming has already signed an MOU with Front Range Passenger Rail. As soon as it's in Fort Collins, they want to hook into it to go east. So this is a big deal. And it's a huge transportation system, a transit system for our area. And it is the way to use the money we've been paying in. So are there any questions from councilors? Councilor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck, and thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Brandon. Could you go back to the slide that, a couple clarifying questions first. Could you go back to the slide early on where it was talking about the differences of joint rail versus maybe hybrid or whatever the different
Sure.
categories? Yeah, this one. Thank you. Is there any difference in the frequency between these three? First one says 3 daily round trip. That technically should be 6 runs, right?
Exactly. So it's a little bit of, kind of a distinction within the rail industry that you would go 3 in and 3 out versus leaving Denver Union Station, coming back. So say you left Denver Union Station for joint service at 7 a.m., you would get to Fort Collins at 8:45, leave at 9 and be back down to Denver by 10:45. The way that Peak Rail was studied was just 3 runs one direction in the morning and then 3 runs the back direction in the evening. And so it's a little bit not quite called a round trip. So the way that intercity passenger rail is looked at from a federal government perspective is it's round trips.
I can add. If you look at RTD's peak service, so for example, they would have 3 inbound AM trains and 3 PM, whereas joint service is saying we will run 1 train north, 1 train south in the morning, and the stations would see the train 6
times a day.
Does that make sense? So
No.
from Fort Collins would have a train that goes down from Fort Collins down to Denver in the morning. And then Denver would also have a train that goes from Denver to Fort Collins in the morning as well. And so you see the stations all here, Westminster, Broomfield, Louisville, Boulder, Longmont, Loveland, Fort Collins. They would see the train twice in that morning shift, if that makes sense. Whereas RTD, you would only have that train go by once in the morning.
How many trains can I ride from Denver to Fort Collins?
6 on joint service.
6 on joint service.
But you would have fewer train sets involved in it because it would be 1 train set making the same round trip.
I'm more confused now.
Okay. We can fix that.
Okay, yeah, please. So, if I'm riding from Denver to Fort Collins, let's just spell this out. If I'm riding from Denver to Fort Collins, I can get on 6 different trains throughout the day to go from Denver to Fort Collins. Not come back, but just one way under the joint service.
No, one way would be 3.
One way would be 3. Okay, so under RTD's Peak Rail, one way would also be 3.
Yeah.
So those are the same, just different times or schedules.
Yes, that's like a
Okay.
simplistic way to think of it.
So there are 3. There are 3 in each direction.
Yeah, it has to do with the train sets and how they like interact with each other. But yes, and then when they meet on the tracks.
Sure, and that might be a different scheduling thing, but in terms of frequency, number of rides that are going from Denver to Fort Collins and then back that way, there are 3 in each direction under both of those types of service, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to?
Go ahead. No.
No, did you want to clarify something
Keep
further on that?
Well, just joint service would also pick up though Loveland and Fort Collins as well. RTD's peak service would only service from
Sure, they're
Denver Union
serving
Station
different
to-
stops.
Right,
Yeah, yeah. There's a
correct,
difference
yeah,
in
yeah,
what stops are
that's right.
served. Yeah, yeah, I got that.
And
just
length.
And length?
Yeah, because RTD's peak rail only goes from Denver to Longmont, as where joint service goes from Denver to Fort Collins.
Right, sorry. But in terms of frequency, number of trains going in each direction.
Yep.
So, yeah, maybe Denver to Fort Collins is wrong. Denver to Longmont, we're here.
Yeah.
Let's just talk Longmont. Denver to Longmont, in under each scenario there, peak rail and joint service are both 3 times each day in each direction.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that's super helpful. On the cost side of things, is station construction included in that 83 million?
Yes.
Okay, the capital costs of that station construction.
Yeah. Going back to your previous question on round trip versus 3 and throughout, why it's important maybe is to think about it is it has a great impact on ridership and how people will utilize the train. So
Oh, no doubt, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the schedule absolutely matters, but in terms of the number of trains running in each direction, those are identical. They're just listed different structures because of how the Federal Rail Service classification is, correct?
And how BNSF would treat it, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Getting there.
Your question on the 83 million, maybe we go back down and see the bar graphs further down. So further down. Further. This one. So that $51 million is debt service to take out a loan or a bond to finance the capital expense, which was the 885. So it's $51 million in debt service annually.
And because we're not building the actual rail line, because that already exists, which just the capital costs really for the stations and related infrastructure.
Yeah, so it is track improvements, it's new sidings so that the passenger rail trains do not conflict with the existing freight operations on the line. So freight would pull on to sidings so passenger rail can meet their schedule. And it's addressing some of the at-grade crossings. And the way we did it in this study, this may be more technical than I want to get into, but is we assume that we are purchasing as a capital expense the train sets. And if we were to, say, go with an Amtrak model, you actually just build that into your O&M because you lease their existing fleet.
Yeah, thank you. It's funny, when I hear train sets, I think back to Brio. Okay, so, this is a really detailed presentation on cost, and what I didn't really see was a lot of detail on benefits. And I know that's kind of implied benefits of the connectivity in the region, but I'm just curious, maybe you can send this to me after if we don't have to speculate on the benefits, but I'd love to know, how many passengers are expected to be served on each run? Number of cars that are expected to be taken off the road as a result, number of buses that are expected to be off the road or shifted in schedules, and then as a result, what's the pollution reduction estimated for the region? Because I think that's half the battle here.
Absolutely. So the point of the March 1st study was to kind of answer the threshold question, is joint service possible?
Mhm.
Do we have enough existing resources to cover
Sure.
the cost for a viable starter service? The next phase of study will absolutely look at ridership and drill down on some of the questions that you just asked. And, what we know, and we put out a whole vision for, it's called Vision 2035, is that, and this was done pre-November, so when we were on track from a EV transition perspective, that we still have a massive gap to achieving our GHG reduction goals as a state of Colorado. even with electrification efforts. And, you know, I think we're very proud in the Polis administration that the state of Colorado is now the #1 purchaser of EVs, and we are exceeding everywhere else in the country on that electrification effort. But even with the amazing progress that we are making on electrification of the transportation sector, we still have a very sizable gap to reach the GHG emission reductions that we are bound by House Bill 1261 that passed in 2019, which is laying out the emission reductions we need sector by sector, the biggest emitter being transportation. And so this is a cornerstone for our statewide strategy to achieving those GHG reductions. And we know that electrification can't do it alone, that we are going to need transit and rail in order to achieve those goals.
Yeah, of course. No, I appreciate that. And first of all, thank you both for like all of the work that's gone into this. Building on what Mayor Peck said, I mean, this is a really critical regional connectivity solution for transportation. It's more than just greenhouse gas emissions. It's air pollution more broadly than that from vehicles and buses and other people who might be transporting themselves in whatever fuel use they're using. So it's a real huge benefit. I might suggest as you go forward and continue to talk about this that we, you know, it's one thing to know the cost. It's important to know what we're investing in and why. So I know that's the next phase of this, but I think it's really important for those to go part and parcel.
Great.
Thank you.
So I do want to say that that is what the SDP is about, getting all the information that you asked. And that, as Lisa has said, will be in this summer. I think we're shooting for August. So that SDP will come out. So are there any other questions or? Oh, yes. Who was first? I don't know. Okay.
All right,
Councilor
thank you.
McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Thank you, both of you, for coming down here. And sorry for being redundant on those train trips there. Can we go back to that slide here? Because it is a little confusing when you're talking about it. Is one train, you're saying one train's coming from Fort Collins. This sounds like a math problem. But
This is very much the algebra.
and one train's coming from Denver State Union Station. At what point do they cross? Will they meet at, will they cross paths? Will they be like, okay, so it's not that. Okay, so that for a moment there, it sounded like that's what they were doing, that at one would be going north and one would be coming south to meet some of these expectations, because people are not going to want to leave Fort Collins or even Longmont at 9 o'clock in the morning if they have a 9 o'clock, a job that starts at 9 o'clock. That's going to be a little difficult. So I'm just trying to put those two things together.
I think what I'm taking away from this exchange is the next presentation we come back and do, we should show you the draft schedule, and we have one. Our next steps as part of this study is to present to BNSF our draft schedule with the capital improvements matched to that draft schedule, matched to the characteristics of service, and verify that they agree with where we are on the study and that they believe that those are the capital expense for that exact schedule. And then if it's conflicting with anything in their business model that we are unaware of, which it shouldn't, because again, our RTC model is based off of their business data provided through a third party under an NDA, but that's the next phase of study, and then we'll be able to come back to you and show you an actual schedule.
I could have used a little bit of information ahead of time in regards to this so that I could digest it, because it kind of came at us pretty strong.
Yep.
And just some of the terminology, we're not maybe all, you know, like the mayor where she's going and
We're used to
doing
talking to the
things.
mayor, she knows.
Yeah, so it's just little bits and pieces like that would have been beneficial to me.
That's great.
Yeah. If I can also elaborate a little bit more. So peak service looks, so this is RTD's peak service feasibility. They have 3 AM morning trains, and then they have 3 afternoon trains. And so what we are proposing under joint service and with our draft schedule is an south or northbound AM train, a midday train, and then a later, like an evening train as well. What RTD doesn't account for is that later train in their study, and we're adding just another option in the morning to kind of capture more riders, because they start really early, and I can send that over to you. They start very early with their peak service to kind of start moving passengers up and down the corridor. But
No, they start in Denver.
Yeah.
Councilor Christ.
Thank you for your presentation. So you brought up electrification, and I'm wondering what the BNSF engines, are they steam, electric? What are they?
Well, BNSF for freight operations are coal. For passenger rail, we would go out for a procurement and procure rolling stock. And so there's no decision made on technology.
Okay. How available is rolling stock?
It's a good question. Rolling stock's the train sets.
It's on a rail.
It's the trains.
Yeah.
It's the trains. So it goes to the delivery model that you decide upon. So Amtrak has a fleet. They are currently refleeting. In the Federal Infrastructure Act of 2021, there was a overall over $60 billion investment in passenger rail in that bill. A large chunk of it, I don't know the exact number, but I would venture to guess, more than $20 billion was for Amtrak to modernize its entire system, which also included refleeting. And so they're in the process of large procurements for their fleet. It's also spurred kind of new generation of train sets. So we have a couple other made in America train set manufacturers in the country, one in Utah, Stadler Rail. When they have several options, they have a series that they call the Flirt, and it can operate on battery pack, hydrogen, or diesel, or interchange throughout the trip. And so the Federal Infrastructure Act of 2021 has spurred a lot of innovations in green technologies in trains, and all of that is coming online as we speak.
Nice, because train sets are hard to find nowadays. Yeah, we seem to be at that pinch point where we're shifting, because some of these trains were built in late 1800s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me about the time for a round trip. If you go from Denver all the way to Fort Collins and then you come back, or even just a one-way trip, how long would it take to get from Denver to Longmont, or from Longmont to Denver?
I don't know Longmont off the top of my head. I apologize. Maybe you do, but some of it at a granular level will depend on the exact characteristics of service and how long you decide to dwell at each station. And some of that does depend on train sets and how easy passengers can get off and on. But roughly from Denver to Fort Collins is 140 or an hour and 45 minutes.
Hour and 45 minutes.
And then from Longmont down to Denver Union Station under this proposed schedule is 43 minutes or 42 minutes. So in the morning, it's actually car competitive, and morning and outbound in the afternoon as well.
Yeah, okay. That's good.
Yes.
I think that drive.
Faster.
Yeah.
It's faster.
It was interesting. I just want to throw this out, but when we talked about our down payment program, something that came up for the county was a concern about living near trains in terms of down payment assistance. I thought that was interesting. Was it the state?
Those federal dollars.
Okay, federal dollars. Thanks for remembering that. I'm scratching my head over here and going, I remember that on one of those columns. So how is that going to impact our train service in town in terms of noise and stoppage on main arteries? Do you know?
It really will depend on the procurement of the train sets. So Caltrain, which is a large transit agency in California, is procuring the first U.S. set of hydrogen trains. And a little known fact, maybe you all know this, is all train sets in the U.S. get tested in Pueblo, Colorado.
I do know, MXV.
Yeah, so when Caltrain was having their first delivery of the hydrogen train, it came to Pueblo first last August. And so we led a delegation down there to ride the new hydrogen train, and it's like going from, standing next to a car to a Priya, right? Like the hybrids. It's very little vibration, very little noise. The exhaust is water. And so it really kind of runs the gamut depending on the rolling stock that you can procure.
Okay, and how does this compare to, say, the bright lines in Florida that can go up to 300 miles an hour? Are we thinking hydrogen might get us there?
The speed is more tied to the
The
existing rail line. So this rail would top out at 80 miles an hour or 79 miles an hour. And this is part of the Front Range Passenger Rail's alternative analysis. I suggest that you guys have them come and present what their study is in the alternative analysis, because part of what they're looking at is the difference between, on existing rail, in theory, you can go up to 110 miles per hour. Most intercity passenger rail travels at 79 miles per hour. And so they did the study from Fort Collins to Pueblo, and they only saved 5 minutes for the total trip by going to 110 versus 79 because of the curvature, because of all the stops. And so this train would likely top out at 79 miles per hour.
Okay, thank you. And it sounds like we could have a second
Presentation?
Oh, you have more information.
I know you do. But our city manager would like to.
Yeah, I wanted to touch
Go
on the
ahead.
noise issue. So one of the biggest things we hear with noise is train horns, and we're actually
Quiet zones.
the quiet zones, and we're going into construction. I want to say, and I think the bids have come back, and we're going into construction in July-ish. I think. Where's Jim? Yeah, David. July on the first phase of the quiet zone. So most of the issues associated with noise, we're already going to be, we will be constructed before this is active in 29 regarding train horn noise.
Very good. So then we would just be wondering about delay of traffic.
Yeah, and I think that goes to the investment in eliminating at-grade crossings. And, that is the gold standard, is to do overpasses, underpasses to the greatest extent possible to avoid, any potential conflicts.
Okay. Yeah, that's a time investment as well.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah. All right, thank you. This is great information, and sounds like maybe we'll be seeing phase 2
Hopefully.
with more information.
If you want to invite us back in this summer, we're happy to present what we, next phase of it sometime in June or July.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. It was in the Chrissy grant, so.
So I just had a quick question. When you're talking about rolling stock, we're talking about at most 6 to 8 cars. We're not talking about 20 cars or something like that. I mean, I don't know. How many people you'd have going in one direction at a time. I know that when you have a manifest train, you can have like 60 cars, and when you have a block train, same thing in regards to, and if people don't know what that is, block trains are all the same sort of car type, and manifest is all these mixed match things that you see on the rails and everything. But how many are you looking at?
So the study looked at 5 constants of 1,200 seats a day. But again, that's really just for purpose of study. It really will come down to the procurement, what's available, and the next phase of study.
Okay. So 1,200 seats,
So about 445,000 people a year could be moved.
but how many cars would maybe that be? An average car holds how many seats?
So a 5-car consist, I think, was 1 locomotive or 1 cab car, 1 locomotive, or an NPCU, 3 consists for our model. Front Range Passenger Rail is looking at a full build out, 6 to 8 consists of passengers. We're talking about a starter service that has 5 to start with.
Okay, so I mean, when we talk about people having to wait for trains like this at a train stop, you're not talking about a very long wait.
Oh, nowhere near
No.
what the freight
Yeah,
trains
that's
that go
what-
through
that's
this
the- that's
community
the
today.
That's the difference, so that the community understands that that's the
Sure.
remarkable distance.
And Harold just reminded me that a part of the Chrissy grant that the state secured back in September, included a study on 66 and 119 to look at how we can do a at-grade crossing elimination. Obviously, that needs to be studied to determine exactly how we achieve that, but that would certainly be the goal.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
for
you very
having
much.
us.
You didn't know you were going to be grilled, did you?
I didn't.
This was great.
Thank you. And we really appreciate Longmont's advocacy for this project. It's really very helpful, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So, we are back now to our regular agenda. And I want to, we have a lot of people that are going to speak, so I just want to remind you that anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be heard, you need to have your name on the list outside and then give us your name and address when you come up to the podium, and you have 3 minutes. And that's it. We are now at motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to future agendas. Do any council members want to add items to future agendas? Seeing none, we were going to move on to public invited to be heard. The first person on the list is Nancy McKenna. You have 3 minutes, Nancy.
Hello there. My name is Nancy.
Nancy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you turn it? I think, there you go.
There we go. Okay. Hi, my name is Nancy McKenna. I live, oh, what's that?
No, you're good.
Too much? Okay. I live at 1204 Snowbank Court in Longmont, 80504. I'm here today to support Zoe Galloway in her quest for the City of Longmont and Longmont Power and Communications to stop its discrimination. Zoe has been unable to live in her home in Longmont for 8 months as a result of serious health issues due to her electromagnetic hypersensitivity, sometimes called EHS, after a smart meter was installed on her home. Zoe has been aware of her EHS for over 10 years, so she made many modifications to her home to mitigate the effects. But after the city's new smart meter was installed and she experienced so many negative health issues, she paid the fee for an opt-out meter. But unfortunately, she still experienced side effects, as even the opt-out meter emits radio frequency radiation. I am urging the city to make disability accommodations to her home by installing a non-digital electromechanical analog meter to allow her to move back into her home without being harmed. Furthermore, I believe the city needs to amend its rules to allow residents to opt out of the smart meters without incurring financial penalties. I urge the staff at Longmont Power and Communications to have compassion and understanding for those who suffer from EHS. I find it appalling that an LPC staff person actually said to Zoe, in quotes, "If you think it's harming you, then you should not really have electricity or be in a society, haha," end of quote. This seems counter to the beautiful council vision on people that I read on the city's website. In quotes, "Longmont will be the world's greatest village where children are most fortunate to be born and raised. Older adults are supported through their entire life journey. All people will have access to food and shelter, and everyone has the opportunity to thrive and feel they belong." I urge the Longmont City Council to do the right thing for Zoe Galloway, to give her the opportunity to thrive and belong. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Barbara Muser? I'm sorry if I mispronounced that.
Barbara Muser.
Oh, I didn't.
Yes. Hello, Mayor Peck and City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Barbara Muser. I live at 1437 Beatrice Court in Longmont. I'm here to speak with you about my dear friend and colleague, Zoe Galloway, a young resident of Longmont, a working single woman who has been unable to live in her home due to EMRS, electromagnetic radiation syndrome. She cannot return home due to the opt-out smart meter installed on her home by Longmont Power and Communications for 8 months since last summer. Think about that. 8 months without a home. Let's look at some of the qualities of what home may mean to each of us. Quality of life, shelter, safety, security, comfort, quiet, nurture, peace, refuge, respite, meals, reading books, meditation, knitting, writing, music, singing, friends, study, dreams for tomorrow, sleeping, bathing, cooking, laundry, privacy, and much, much more. I get up in the morning, I do my morning routine and get ready for my day and leave the house. Later, I come home, park my car in the garage, unlock the door, walk into my sanctuary, my home, the place I go to nurture myself, to regenerate my being, to spend time in my nest, to watch the birds from my porch, the squirrels run about, the clouds, the sunrise, the flowers in my garden, the bees on my flowers. I am home with my loving pets, my neighbors, my family, my friends. All of this is my home. It is precious, it is priceless, it is a gift, it's my right to shelter. My home is my right. Zoe is a disabled and therefore is unable to enjoy any of these qualities of home and her neighbors, and she deeply deserves and is entitled to her home. She must have her home back and all of the qualities of life, of being at home in Longmont. She has a right to her home. She has a right to a quality of life. What would you do if Zoe were your daughter, your child, your sister, your friend, your neighbor? Or what were if you were Zoe? Think about that. Zoe must have a safe, healthy, and secure home. The City of Longmont Power and Communication must immediately and permanently remove the AMI smart meter that is harming Zoe and replace it with an electromechanical analog meter without delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Doe Kelly?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Doe Kelly.
You're good.
I live on Barbary Drive. I've spoken here many times on the dangers of smart meters and wireless radiation harms. I'm here with others to support Zoe Galloway in her quest to regain her ability to reside safely, peacefully, and in good health at her Longmont home. I've also come to support Kimberly Edmondson to regain her health, which has suffered and been medically quantified in the years since smart meters came to her neighborhood. I'm also here for myself, as I have also been greatly disturbed by the onset of microwave hearing, aka what I call signal tinnitus, that jumped 3 to 5 times in volume the morning after smart meters and mesh network went live in my neighborhood. I come to you tonight in peace as a woman of nature's God, in support of all persons in this city who, knowingly or not, suffer from this devastating condition known as electromagnetic radiation syndrome, or EMRS, which is both a painful and disabling health condition triggered by electromagnetic radiation, both wireless and wired, and too often by the installation of a smart meter. It's estimated by experts that 3% of the world's population know they suffer from EMRS, and that possibly 30% of the world's population and climbing have symptoms but are not yet aware as to their cause. If you extrapolate the figure of 3% to the population of Longmont, that will mean approximately 3,000 Longmonsters suffering this dreadful impairment, and as many as 30,000 with symptoms they cannot place. I brought with me one of 27 volumes of evidence. Here it is. Submitted in evidence in the Environmental Health Trust versus the FCC lawsuit, where the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in its historic 2021 decision ordered the FCC to explain why it ignored scientific evidence showing harm from wireless radiation. This is one of 27. Would you like 27 of these at your doorstep to read? It's quite something. The 27 volumes from this suit must therefore put to rest any thoughts that wireless radiation, smart meters, cell phones, and 5G infrastructure pose no threat to biological life. 4 years on, and the FCC has not complied with the court and did not update its antiquated RF guidelines, even in light of this evidence. Why did the city of Longmont allow a program with hidden health dangers to go forward at the expense of its most vulnerable residents? We ask that you amend your city code now to allow people like us to have an electromechanical meter installed on our houses at no further cost to us. I have something.
Thank you, Doe.
Can I hand you something over there? Okay.
Kim Edmondson.
I'm Kim Edmondson on 814 Bittersweet here in Longmont. I have been coming to you for about 5 years now almost, trying to warn you about the harm of electromagnetic radiation. I've been with the same functional doctor for 9 years. When my twins were about 1 year old, I'm like, I feel like I'm 1 foot in the door. What's going on? I was having irregular heartbeats, wake me up in the night. Now it's about the time your Nextlight Internet came into my life and started trashing my health. I quickly realized there was a problem, did things to mitigate. I had things that were working for me until your meters. I just saw my doctor in January. She's been drawing the same labs on me. I now have Hashimoto's thyroid disease that I never had before. I now am basically diabetic because of your meters. I now can no longer enjoy the things I love, which are skiing and travel. Because now when I go to a hotel room with all the routers, we just went to Big Sky for spring break, and there's routers about every 15 feet down their hallways. We were on the second floor, had them above us and below us. My husband was wrecked after 24 hours being at Big Sky, and then you got the cell towers Wi-Fiing you directly as you're riding in the chair. All the ski resorts do it now because they get paid a shit ton of money to put these radiation devices all over God's green earth in the name of safety. My vacation was destroyed. My son woke up at 2 in the morning one day. He's 10, has a twin sister, screaming his head hurt and he couldn't feel his arms, they hurt. I quickly slapped my Faraday clothing on him while I continued to get worse. The drive home through Montana and Wyoming with cell towers every couple miles on both sides of the interstate. I could feel what side the tower was on based on the pain shooting through my skull. And this didn't happen before your damn meters. Your meters are destroying my health. They're destroying the health of that young lady Zoe over there who I just recently met. They're wrecking Doe's health. I'm doing the best I can. And you're all worried about electrification at what expense? How many people are you willing to kill? And I met a lady at my kid's school recently, and I overheard talking about, I've had 4 strokes this year, and my blood sugar's out of control. In the last year, I've had these issues. I'm like, you know what's happened in the last year? The city of Longmont's put meters. Here's some resources to read. And the more I talked to her, the more it was quite obvious she was electrohypersensitive, and these meters are totaling her health. She was supposed to wear a watch to track her blood sugar levels. Her pain would be arm would be in extreme pain within 10 minutes of wearing this tracking device. And this is going to happen more and more, and you need to come up with a real solution now. I am beyond angry. I don't want to pay, and I cannot afford to pay the $15 a month, and I've been paying $15 a month since 2019 when you started raising the $14 million for these damn meters. I'm not going to pay $15 more. I'm not paying an opt-out fee. You need to do the right thing and fix this now, Joan Peck and the rest of this council. I am beyond fed up of being poisoned in my own home.
Melissa Irwin.
Mayor, members of council, my name is Melissa Irwin. My family and I reside on Winding Drive. I know today you will hear a variety of concerns from several members of our community regarding the home in Prairie Village housing now 6 registered sex offenders. As the situation has unfolded, it appears that there are other residences in Longmont housing more than 2 sexual offenders in the same home. As someone who has previously lived in large cities in other states, all of which have ordinances limiting the amount of sexual offenders residing in one home, as well as prohibiting them from living within close proximity to schools, parks, or child care facilities. Imagine my surprise to discover that Longmont, Colorado has no such ordinances. I thought we were moving to a safe town and a safe community, only to find out that that doesn't exist. I assure you, we have a community of folks outraged and insisting that City Council take swift action. I have 3 daughters, an 11-year-old 5th grader at Alpine Elementary and 3-year-old twins. As a parent, I feel it's imperative to be as transparent as is appropriate with my oldest. We had to have a hard conversation about why she and her friends can no longer ride their bikes to Rough and Ready Park without an adult. I'm not naive to think that allowing her this independence doesn't come with some inherent risk, but we felt comfortable allowing her to, along with the ability to track her location and movements. Knowing there's a house a stone's throw away from the park, now containing 6 registered sex offenders with convictions as recent as 6 months ago, I feel it would be incredibly irresponsible of me to allow her to go. This inevitably led to a conversation with her friends and discussions among them about their own traumas that has further stripped away the innocence they would have otherwise been allowed to enjoy, because this situation is allowed to continue. This single-family home is being run by a for-profit business with 0 certifications and 0 proof that they are actually helping anybody. Furthermore, a residential neighborhood is not the place for this kind of treatment center and societal reintegration. I urge the council to stop waiting and being reactive. We need to be proactive in creating a safe town for all. That includes those rehabilitating from their crimes. I also worry that allowing these types of businesses to operate out of homes and neighborhoods intended for and zoned for single families will drive up property values and lead to even more unattainable housing for residents. As a child, I experienced extreme poverty and homelessness, and my husband and I have worked extremely hard to ensure our children have a radically different future. And I will absolutely not sit down or be quiet on this. It really concerns me that anyone could be quiet about this. The delayed or lack of responses by some city council members is concerning at best. This is stirring up quite a bit of frustration within our community and requires prompt action. As I'm sure you're aware, Longmont News is abuzz today with the arrest of 3 men in connection with a human trafficking operation. Great work and many thanks to all of the officers involved in this investigation. How would you feel about all 3 of these men being released from detention and moving together into a home next to you? Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Zoe Galloway.
Zoe Galloway, Anderson Street, Longmont. Can you imagine a world where the city made a 2030 agenda where everyone would be exposed to chemicals 24/7? And if you had a chemical sensitivity disability, there was nothing that the city could do for you. You had to leave or just risk being hurt. What if we had an agenda where everyone was forced to eat peanuts every single day, and if you had a peanut allergy, there was nothing the city could do for you? This is the situation that I have been put in the last 8 months, having electromagnetic radiation syndrome and being exposed to electromagnetic radiation 24/7 in my house. So I've come here with an amendment, and I've already typed it up for you. You can look over it and vote on it today if you'd like. If you want, I also have, if you want to go over it and make other changes, I have requirements to the amendment so you can understand our position and our needs for our disability. And I also have a notice of disability modification claim also for Longmont Power and Communications, because it also includes my neighbors and their AMI meters, because the radiation jumps from wire to wire, and we just have a small little community. It's just one little street, and my neighbors have given me permission to go back to their old bi-directional meter, and I have their permissions right here, so that, because they want to support me and they want to see me come home as well. So I think without this amendment, that the people in this city are going to continue to be harmed. And if the city cannot even help one person stay housed, then how can the city help anyone stay housed and uphold the core services that you have listed here, which includes that everyone has a right to essential services such as utilities and housing and a safe and healthy home. And that's all I'm asking for. So this needs to be passed. You can look over it and change it, but I think you can hear that there are a lot of people that have this disability, and it is necessary that we get an electromechanical meter because it's the only meter that doesn't emit EMF radiation.
Thank you, Zoe. Diana Chavez?
Good evening. My name is Diana Chavez. I live on Princess Drive in Longmont. And I'm here on behalf of Zoe as well, and smart meters in general, because I think it's a real problem and is causing significant health challenges for a lot of people. I personally take a lot of steps in my own home to be able to sleep at night because of the constant electricity. And I think it's a real shame, and it feels heartless that Zoe has been displaced for these many months when it's a very simple fix for her to be able to return to her home. And I do think that that should happen absolutely as soon as possible. And I've done a considerable amount of reading and research, and I know that they say it's less than a cell phone and all the various different things, and what the WHO says and what the FCC says. And I personally, since 2020, consider all of the alphabet soup agencies to be null and void, basically. But at this point in time, we're so many layers deep in the electrical grid that it's no longer safe for anybody. And to constantly be under this radiation is not good for anybody. And I don't know anybody who isn't facing some sort of health challenge that couldn't be traced back, traced back to the EMF radiation. A few weeks ago, I went to Boulder, which I hadn't done in a very long time. And with their repeaters, and I mean, obviously they're on a fast track to smart city status. I had such a headache by the time I left Boulder and really felt very unwell for the rest of the day. So I know as we continue down this path that it's only going to get worse for more and more people. And I absolutely agree with Zoe that, and many other people, that the smart meter should be an option. And the analog meter has worked for many decades, and there's no reason why we need to take an effective device and toss it for something that's supposed to be safe and effective when there is mounds of evidence that indicate that it is absolutely unsafe in every way. The number of people I know who have not been able to get pregnant, I mean, it just goes on and on. So please take action.
Thank you. Nola Fisher?
Is this one it?
Podium. There you go, right there.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I am Nola Fisher. I live on 2270 Whistler Drive in Longmont, and recently I have learned of multiple sex offenders living in one single family home, a few yards away from my house. I, as a 15-year-old girl, am vulnerable to being preyed on. And it's not just me. It's my sister. It's the kids that live along the block. It's the kids who go to Alpine Elementary. It's the kids who go to Rough and Ready Park. For once, since I've been told I haven't felt safe in my own home, and much less going outside. Recently, I haven't been able to get out much, and the only time I go outside is to go to school, church, or the places where I volunteer, or come back from there. I would very much like to go and walk, take a walk, to go get the mail by myself, or to start a dog walking business. But these men are hampering my ability to do that. I beg you, please, I wish for someone to do something about this. Like, perhaps pass an ordinance that limits it to one sex offender in one single-family home. Thank you.
Thank you. John Fisher?
I'm a proud dad.
Mm-hmm. She did a good job.
Yes, she did. Good evening, Mayor Peck and council members. My name is John Fisher. I live at 2270 Whistler Drive. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. You're already aware of the dwelling near my home that houses multiple registered sex offenders, 300 feet from Rough and Ready Park, and directly on an alley which neighborhood children are riding bikes and playing most days. I'd like to point out that we have 286 registered sex offenders in Longmont, a city of 99,000 people, while Boulder, with a population of 108,000, has only 105 offenders. This stark difference is a clear indication that Longmont shoulders a heavier burden in housing offenders, and it's a burden that directly affects families on my street and across the city. My daughters are afraid to even use the alley behind our home, and I know many other families share these same concerns. The house in question is being used by a private halfway house company. It's also a single-family dwelling, exactly the type of attainable housing that working families in Longmont could otherwise rent or own. We're losing vital residential space to a commercial-style operation that congregates multiple high-risk individuals, which was never the intended use of single-family zoning. So I'm urging the council adopt an ordinance that limits how many unrelated registered sex offenders can reside in a single-family home, and requires a buffer zone between such placements and areas where children gather, such as parks or schools. These policies would protect public safety, help maintain the character of our neighborhood and city, and would still allow reasonable housing options for those re-entering society. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. Heidi Fisher.
Good evening. I'm Heidi Fisher. I live at 2270 Whistler with my family. I just made took a few pictures this morning so that you could see kind of how things are situated. And I actually have 2 packets here to pass around. Same things as up here. But I wanted to give you a perspective of what we see from our yard, and then also what if I was, and I went over near where that home is on the sidewalk and just kind of took a picture of just what was surrounding and how close it is. Just for you to understand, this is the front porch of their home in question, where the multiple offenders live. This is where they live. They have a front porch with furniture so they can watch what's going on. This is the view from the front porch, where Rough and Ready Park right here is clearly visible. And over here, this is their backyard, and they're out there having their smoke break or whatever and staring directly into our backyards. And this is the view from their backyard, so it shows the multiple family homes right here. This is the alley where our kids play. And, the other day, they were just playing when the weather got warmer. And my daughter was playing with the two boys in our backyard, and they wanted to go down the alley and come back on their scooters or whatever. And she said, no, we can't go there because it's not safe. I mean, does that sound kind of ridiculous, just to be able to go a couple feet in one direction and back, even though it's visible? I told her it's probably okay if you stick together, but you know, that's what these kids are having to deal with every day now. They can't just go outside and play. My kids even tell me before they head outside. I mean, they should anyway, but they're telling me, and I say just stick together, and because I know how they feel and they are afraid. So I just wanted you to be able to see how things are situated. And I don't know what is the right thing to do, but I think we all can agree that there's a common good. And so I appeal to that and hope that you understand that if you were situated similarly, this would be a primary concern of yours. If you had young children or children of any kind, anybody who's vulnerable, you would be concerned. Not only property value, but safety. And we really don't want Longmont to become a place where this kind of thing happens, where dishonest practices are allowed to flourish, where there's no notification to the community surrounding such a place. There was no attempt made at communicating with neighbors next door. They are children. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Heidi. Don't forget your poster.
Oh yeah.
Roseanne Jen? Is there a Rosanna? Shanna Crumpton? Rosanna's coming? Oh, after Shanna? Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Shanna Crumpton?
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm a mother of 2 children who live on the same street on Winding Drive, as now of many sexual offenders. I have a master's degree in counseling psychology, and as well I practiced civil litigation law as a paralegal for 6 years and advocated for survivors of sexual assault, ranging from ages of 4 to 60 years of age. I've seen the lasting effects of child sexual trauma has on many adolescents, children, and as adults. I'm here today to advocate in the prevention of sexual assault on children. As described by Heidi, the house does have a view of Rough and Rowdy Playground. They can see children playing without even leaving their home. The Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment published the following statistics. For Coloradans, 1 in 3 people experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime, 80% of which take place prior to the age of 25. The likelihood of repeat victimization increases for youth who have experienced sexual violence before the age of 18. 42% of victims experience their first completed rape before the age of 18 years of age. I do want to bring to light 286 sexual offenders live in Longmont, while only 105 live in Boulder. So think of those numbers. According to researchers like the organization RAIN and other researchers, childhood sexual abuse alters the normal developmental trajectories that are necessary for a healthy socio-economical function, increasing the likelihood of a child experiencing social relationship difficulties, cognitive dysfunction, depression, anxiety, internalization, and externalization of problems, sexual behaviors, and post-traumatic syndromes. The National Survey of Adolescent Teens who had experienced physical or sexual abuse or assault were 3 times more likely to engage in substance abuse issues. Now that you are aware of the long-lasting effects of childhood sexual trauma and sexual trauma at any age, how are you going to prevent this from happening from the children in our neighborhood, the children in Longmont, not just in Winding Drive, but all of the children in Longmont? What are you going to do in the position of your power to prevent all of these horrible things happening to our children and to the future leaders of tomorrow? Thank you.
Thank you, Shanna. Rosanna?
One more.
Okay. Of course. Anna Graves?
Mayor and members of the council, my name is Anna Graves. This past weekend, I taught my 4-year-old son how to ride a bike for the first time in the streets of Prairie Village South, where I live. I spoke here 2 weeks ago. Since then, I've learned a few things. There are 286 sex offenders living in Longmont, close to triple the amount in Boulder, dramatically placing Boulder County's burden on our city. And 2200 Winding Drive is not currently certified by the state as a registered recovery facility. It is operating, as is defined by this city, as a halfway house. Per Longmont Code, halfway houses are prohibited in the zone where 2200 Winding Drive is located. Ward 1 isn't the only ward to consider tonight, and neither is proximity to playgrounds or schools. Neither is the ordinance that's been drafted. This council must also consider zoning codes and ensuring that affordable, attainable housing for the home buyers of Longmont, if you are to do right by the people, the parents that elected you into the seats where you sit tonight. We will not forget your choices at re-election. There are now 6 registered sex offenders at 2200 Winding Drive. There were 5 a month ago. This body's lack of urgency has resulted in yet another sex offender, one convicted of incest, moving into this high-risk halfway house that shouldn't exist in this location to begin with. I understand that you don't want to create pockets of sex offenders around Longmont. By not including language in this ordinance that specifies how many sex offenders can live together, you are directly enabling a sex offender pocket to exist. And these single-family homes being converted into halfway houses by businesses seeking a profit were built as affordable, attainable housing for families of Longmont, not for out-of-town investors looking to make a buck. As such, it is this city's job to address. Municipalities across Colorado have already done so in accordance with the needs of their constituents. Does Longmont want to be seen as a city that doesn't fulfill the safety and attainable housing obligations of its voting constituents? Mobars is running a for-profit correctional facility in Prairie Village South. He claimed in the Times Call that he is mitigating risk and promoting successful integration. To be clear, there is no data proving the validity of these claims. There has been no attempt to connect with our community. And if even completed, any risk assessment clearly needs to be reassessed, given that the individuals convicted of offenses against children in their own families as recently as 8 months ago are being treated as trustworthy neighbors, placed in a home to serve out their time with a heavily frequented playground less than 1,000 feet from bedroom windows. So I am here again, just as I was 2 weeks ago, begging this council to take swift action. Do right by the people who elected you and prioritize the safety of our children and vulnerable community members.
Thank you, Anna. Chelsea Jewell? Oh, I'm sorry, Rosanna.
It's okay.
Hello.
You would call somebody else.
No, you're good.
All right. Okay, so, should I just stay here?
That would be fine.
Might work better.
Yeah, turn on the microphone.
How do I do that? Oh.
There
Right
you
there.
go.
Okay.
Be close to the microphone.
All right.
You can pull the whole microphone closer to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Rogelio.
Thanks a lot. Hello.
Hello.
So I'm here tonight to talk about the smart metering program. I wanted to focus on some issues about health impacts, fire impacts, and a few others. one thing I wanted to kind of mention at the outset is that there was an FCC ruling, August 13 of 2021, which is new because basically their finding was that the FCC guidelines were basically that they ignored scientific evidence and failed to provide a reasoned explanation for their determination that the continuance of 1996 guidelines were protective. And they charged them with, sorry, I'm out of breath from going down the stairs there. So they were tasked with basically updating those guidelines, and they have yet to do so. So we have a situation where there's the supremacy clause in the Constitution, so that federal laws do kind of override like local and state laws. And that's something that guided previous cases with smart meter opt-ins and outs. So that's why I mentioned that. And I have the numbers here if anybody needs them for the particular case that was. But additionally, there's some pretty major journals that have reported. This is The Lancet. I don't know if folks are familiar with it. I wasn't, but it's pretty much considered the gold standard. It's the most prestigious medical journal in the world. And this was an article about electroplanetary pollution. And essentially, they state something that is you seldom really see, but they essentially say that our exposures have increased by about 1 quintillion in the last approximately 40 years, I think they said. But what they say also is that non-thermal health effects have been proven. So they go ahead and list a number of those. They looked at 2,266 studies. So, sorry, I'm out of breath here. So they looked at, let's see, just trying to say where, I can give you all a copy of this. Okay, did I just run out of time?
Yes, you did,
Okay,
and, yeah.
I can give you a copy of this.
That would
but
be good.
Is it okay if I just summarize something briefly?
Yeah, we'll give you another, yeah, go ahead real fast.
Okay, I guess I would say that based on this new information, you know, they show risks of cancer, degenerative disease, and many others. And especially a matter of concern that the FCC wanted investigated by the FCC was effects to children. We do need to have more protection of our populations.
Okay.
And so I would ask that you try to facilitate that to the greatest extent possible.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No problem.
Okay.
Chelsea Jewell.
Let me just give you a copy of this one.
Mayor and members of council, my name is Chelsea Jewell. I live on the corner of 21st and Sunlight in Ward 1, backing to Rough and Ready Park, and just a few minutes walk to Alpine Elementary School, where my two daughters are in kindergarten and second grade. I grew up in Boulder County, and my husband and I are both CU Boulder alums. We loved living in Boulder, but we couldn't afford to buy a house there, so we purchased our first home in Weld County in 2017. We spent the next 4 years saving to be able to move to Longmont, which we did in 2021. We were so excited to have a home that backs to a city park and to be within walking distance to an elementary school during these early years of our daughters' lives. I was even more excited to finally make mom friends, and I got more than I bargained for when I co-founded a Facebook group for local Longmont moms that now has over 1,600 members. My husband and I are very open and honest with our daughters, so when we moved into our house, we told them they were not allowed to play outside our fence without an adult, and we told them honestly why. A lot of people walk back there every day, and we don't want you to get hurt or taken by someone. This is a rule in our house with logic behind it that our girls could understand even at that young age, because it's common sense. They're a little older now, and we have been honest with them about 2200 Winding Drive. They don't understand. They don't understand because they have so many friends and trusted adults nearby, but they know this house in our neighborhood isn't safe. It doesn't make sense. I have found my mom community in Longmont, and it has been the greatest blessing. I honestly believe it's important for sex offenders to have community and support too. But I believe it's common sense for these facilities to be regulated and in homes purpose-built and purposefully located. My family, the other families represented here tonight, and many, many more, moved to this area because it represented the best of Longmont. An affordable, safe area right next to the park and the elementary school. We moved here for our kids' safety and joy, and we were here first. In closing, I just want to say that the moms and dads of Longmont, including those who cannot be present this evening, are following these conversations and decisions closely, and they will undoubtedly be taken into consideration during this next election cycle. You have the opportunity to safeguard what makes our city special, and we sincerely hope you do.
Thank you, Chelsea. Greg Jensen.
Greg Jensen, 1318 Grace Peak Drive. Mayor Peck, City Council members. I'm here to support Zoe Galloway, the young woman that's been harmed by the smart meter that's been installed by the Longmont Power Company. She has evidence from doctors specializing in EMF sensitivity, which document the injuries that are caused by the electromagnetic frequencies that are emitted by the meter. This isn't Zoe's fight. This is about fairness, precedent, and constitutional rights. A few years ago, another Longmont resident who lives on James Street, whose name I'm withholding due to my fear that she may be doxxed or swatted, refused to have a smart meter installed on her property by the Longmont Water Company. After 5 years of pressure, the City of Longmont Water Department relented. They dug up the street in front of her home, built a cement casing which served as a Faraday cage, backfilled the hole, and repaved the street. That shielded her from the unwanted EMF exposure. If one department of the City of Longmont can adapt and protect the citizen, why can't the power company do the same thing for Zoe and those like her who do not want a smart meter of any type installed on her property, on their property? Equal protection under law. Does not the U.S. Constitution's 14th Amendment and our very own Colorado Constitution, which must align with the U.S. Constitution, guarantee equal protection under the law? If the city's water department honored one person's demand, that's a precedent, and the city's power company must extend that same courtesy to Zoe. Denying her protection, forcing a harmful smart meter on her home is clearly unequal treatment. Our founding fathers believed that the sole purpose of government is to protect the rights of each individual. When officials push policies like smart meters that are part and parcel of the 15-minute city lunacy, which can be directly tied to physical harm and property damage or both, this is a usurpation of their authority. This young woman's health is damaged, her home, her sanctuary are compromised. The law provides that when there is verifiable harm, either personal or property, which has been clearly evidenced here this evening, and there exists a remedy, the city is obligated to either remove or shield the smart meter, just like that it has been done for the person who resisted the water meter. So the question is does the city council have a clear choice? Its members can compel the power company to extend the same courtesy to the city water department has already extended.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Kroll.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Karen Krall. I live at 2727 Nelson Road, and I am here to support Zoe Galloway and request that the city remove the smart meter from her home and from the homes in her area. My support comes from my own experience of from the time that I moved to Longmont in 2013, and I started to have many health problems. I have worked with those health problems in many, many ways, and spent thousands and thousands of dollars to, for the symptoms that I've had. And I had no idea that the electromagnetic frequency had something to do with my issues until very recently. And that's when my health began to improve, when I was able to, not having a smart meter on my home, my ex-husband and I were able to opt out. I now live in a different residence that does have a smart meter. But before the smart meters were put on the homes in our neighborhood, I was able to turn off my electricity at night and turn off my Wi-Fi, which is when my health started to improve. One of the things that I've learned as I have participated in groups with doctors who are helping people around our country and around the world to look at what the heck are all these medical issues that are happening to people. As I have sat on these groups, I've learned about things like parasites. I thought all my issues were related to my gut, and part of it was because I had parasites. Why wouldn't the parasites go away? Because the parasites will not die when you are surrounded in electromagnetic radiation. So I ask for help for Zoe, but I also ask for just more information to the public about, the truth about the harmful effects of electromagnetic radiation. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Yvonne Kristen.
Hi, good evening. My name is Yvonne Christo. I live on Chavaneux Street. I am here to support a lot of these women, specifically Anna Graves. I share similar sentiments as I too live across the street from a home with 4 sex offenders. We do have a child and are no longer comfortable letting her go out front, as one of them actually has a felony charge for kidnapping. I'm just here to support. I also want to see something to be done as far as restrictions or zoning requirements, things like that. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Yvonne. Michael Pumpan?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and residents of Longmont. My name is Michael Pumpan. I'm the Director of Operations for Mobara Solutions and a resident of 2200 Winding Drive. I'm also a father to a 13-year-old daughter, which gives me dual perspective on this matter. We are here tonight to acknowledge the very real concerns of the community and to address the fears that exist on all sides of this issue. We also wish to share more about Mobara Solutions, our mission, our commitment both to our clients, the city of Longmont. Thank you for hearing us today. When I look around Longmont, I see a community that strives for inclusivity and embraces the potential for growth and rehabilitation. I see a city that values second chances, where individuals from diverse backgrounds are given the opportunity to thrive and contribute positively. Longmont has demonstrated a remarkable commitment to integrated communities, preventing the marginalization of any group, ensuring that the needs of all residents are met equitably. I see a community that values purpose-driven lives, strong families, and continuous personal development. I see a community that believes in the potential for individuals to become their best selves. When I look at the residents of our homes and our clients, I see those same values and needs. I see individuals who have taken accountability for their past actions and are committed to living fulfilling lives, breaking harmful cycles, and creating positive change. At Mabara Solutions, we facilitate this transformation by providing safe, supportive housing, comprehensive peer coaching, and targeted workshops. We partner with local agencies and treatment providers
Excuse
to
me,
ensure.
Michael, just
Yeah.
1 second, yes?
Apologies, just a clarification.
Yes? Oh. Well, it won't go on.
You know what? 2200 Winding Drive.
That's where you reside?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
We are highly selective in our partnerships and client selection, prioritizing individuals who demonstrate a genuine commitment to change and are ready to succeed in our program. The home is classified as a sober living residence and is certified so by the state by the agency CAR. As we have previously shared, data consistently demonstrates that geographical distance is not a significant factor in recidivism. The data shows that over 90% of sex offenses are committed by someone known to the victim. The remaining 10%, the majority is online or digital crimes, with a very small percentage committed by a stranger. The data also shows the most effective tools for preventing reoffending are secure housing, robust peer support, strong community accountability, and the ongoing commitment of individuals to their own rehabilitation. We believe that transparency and open communication are crucial in addressing community concerns. To this end, we are committed to providing opportunities for the city, our neighbors, and the press to learn more about our program. We will be soon extending an invitation to an open house where interested parties can tour our home, meet our residents, engage with our community partners. We believe this will help dispel fear and foster understanding through open dialogue. We have also provided the council with suggestions for potential restrictions that are shared in the packet that we're happy to discuss further at any time.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you so much.
Nathan Drashner? What?
All right, guys, start the clock. Yeah. Oh, no worries.
Okay, you're on.
Okay. My name is Nathan Drashner. I live at 2205 Winding Drive. Based on some recent emails that have been sent out by members of the council to our members of our community, many of us are coming to the conclusion and fear that the council plans on avoiding action by claiming the council's hands are tied by state regulation. I fear you've potentially been misled by poor advice, which I'm pretty confident did not come from your staff, and as such, I'd like to make a couple of points. There are far more communities in this state that have put regulations in place successfully than haven't. Your own staff documented several just in the vicinity of our community. I understand the concern about what has happened in other select communities around this issue, with the legal challenges in some cases, but there seems to be exceptions. Those seem to be exceptions and not the norm. You're not handcuffed by state regulations. There are some state regulations and statutes actually on Longmont's side on this issue. In this particular instance. In a quick review of Colorado Statute 2780-129, you find one of the requirements for recovery residents is that it provides structured activities and recovery support services that are primarily, keyword here is primarily, intended to promote recovery from substance abuse disorders. Simply by looking at Mabara Solutions' website, is exceedingly clear that primary focus of their efforts are not substance abuse related. In fact, prominently displayed on the landing page for the website is a notation of 0% recidivism rate. Recidivism isn't a term used with substance abuse prevention. If it was substance abuse prevention, you use the term relapse rate. Additionally, in an article for the Longmont Leader, a representative of Mabara Solutions spoke prolifically about the company's criminal justice and corrections related activities, and specifically cited partnerships with Boulder County Probation, Colorado State Parole, the Department of Corrections, sex offender specific therapists, and reentry programs like the Reentry Initiative in Longmont. There wasn't much mention of substance abuse treatment being a priority at all. by the representative or on their website. You don't see a lot of mention of substance abuse treatment. On their website, they touted a requirement of all their participants is that they have been paroled. I'd like to make a clarification that if an individual is paroled, they are still serving their sentence. Some members of the council have stated that, well, they've served their sentence. No, they're currently serving their sentence. If an individual parole the conditional release of an inmate from prison before their full sentence is served, requiring them to abide by certain conditions and terms under supervision. They haven't served their time. They're serving their time in our community. 300 feet from a park, 1,200 feet from a school. For these reasons, that's the reasons why there's been restrictions put on halfway houses in the past. We live in an R1 zoning district. Halfway houses and homes of this nature are prohibited there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie Yohas. Oh, 13. I know we're going to take a break. After her.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Okay, my name is Stephanie Huss, and I'm at 712 Collier. And even though I didn't come to talk about the sex offenders living in the neighborhoods, I totally support the people that are saying right now that they should not live in residential neighborhoods. I think they could be in a business neighborhood. I thought they were Third and Main. So I don't know what's actually happening, but that's not what I came here for. I actually came here to support Zoe and the people talking about the smart meters. And the reason why is because I was one of the first people who said I didn't want one. And I remember I was actually bullied by the water department. They called me over and over and over again, demanding that I put a smart meter in my basement. I said, look, I don't want this thing in my house. And they're like, well, then you can put it in a pit outside. It's going to cost you $300 to $500, and your lawn's going to be torn up, and you get to take care of it. So I'm like, wow, okay, I guess I can't do anything about it. So that was like step one. And then came, oh, and by the way, we're going to put an electric meter on your back porch, and it's going to be a smart meter. And I'm like, no. Because I too have tinnitus and all the other functional medicine problems that everybody else is talking about. And I'm sure it's caused by EMFs primarily, because I never had it before about 2018 when all of this stuff started to get much bigger. And I do think there should be an opt-out for people who don't want, who'd want a regular ordinary meter. I'm sure many people would be happy to have the smart meter, but there should be exceptions for those people who actually have physical ailments and problems. So I hope you'll reconsider that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a break up here. It's been a little while. So, 5 minutes?
I can't change this. They were strong red counties.
We are back.
So, midterms, can't get your season.
The next one on our list is Nancy Grimm. Is Nancy here?
Yeah, well.
One more call for Nancy Grimm. Oh, there you are, okay.
Oh, yeah, and then cue them, cue the next ones.
Oh, okay. So with the two seats that are sitting up here, can I have Babette Berger and Charlotte Iverson come sit in these two seats so that we can move a little faster? Thanks, Dawn.
Needs to turn on her mic.
Can you turn on your mic there? I think it's in the lower left. No, the lower right. You're turned around.
Okay. Is that right? You can hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Nancy Grimm, and I live on Winding Drive.
Okay.
And I think my neighbors have spoken well and passionately about our concern regarding what's been going on in the neighborhood. So I'm not going to take much more time, but I'm asking the City Council, my representative, to quickly take action. I think it's a lot to ask of one neighborhood. Please don't disregard our concerns, and let's fix the zoning ordinances for all Longmont neighborhoods.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Babette or Bobette?
Bobette.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Bobette Berger, and I live at 2196 Winding Drive. However, I'm speaking for a neighbor tonight.
Okay.
Chuck Douglas, who, where did it go? Well, let's do Charlotte first. Somehow my phone is messed up. Can we do that?
Sure. Charlotte?
Can you
Charlotte?
go back to 3 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. Thank you. Begin.
Charlotte Iverson, 182 Olympia Avenue. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the felony sex offenders living at 2200 Winding Drive. When we first came before the council in February, there were only 5 living there. There are now 7, maybe more. These offenders have not served their time, as stated by a councilwoman on May the 4th. Their time instead is being served in our residential neighborhood, about 300 feet from the Rough and Ready Park and about 1,200 feet from Alpine Elementary School. Our children walk and bike to school. They play in the park year-round. Our children should be protected, and it is our responsibility to do so. In an email to me, the mayor said, I quote, "The city does not have the power or the authority to change many of the things I asked for. This is not true. Many surrounding communities have done just that. I requested restrictions of 1,000 feet from the schools, 500 feet from the parks, as in the Zero Red ordinance presented to us, and not to limit the restrictions, and to limit the restrictions to only offenders who victimized a child, and to limit the numbers living in a residence. We can all be victims, regardless of our sex or age. In fact, most people I have spoken to think we have restrictions in place and are appalled to know that we do not." The mayor also said in the same email, quote, "I feel it is a bit of an assumption to believe that all criminals are unable to change with help. Respectfully, your opinion is not relevant. As elected officials, you are to represent the interests of your constituents. Our lives have been negatively impacted with this threat to our community. We double check our doors and windows to make sure they're locked. We have sleepless nights, changing where and when we walk, fearful children walking to and from school and playing outside, to name just a few. You do have the power and the authority to make these changes, as evidenced by cities surrounding our community. If you do not make these changes, you are in fact telling us and all your constituents you do not care about our safety and our voices. Please have the courage to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Babette?
Well, I am Bobette Berger, 2196 Winding Drive, and I was going to speak for Chuck Douglas, but technology fails us. So you're in a mess right now because I have no notes. What do you call a rabbit with fleas? Bugs Bunny. Anyway, so it's not good to have me up here when I don't have any notes. See, very bad.
I don't know, but you're yeah, speak from your heart. Just
Speaking
go.
from my heart, I am. And I'm here because part of my neighbors are here. And Michael, I am sorry I have not met you. Things are very different about our neighborhood relationship. As my many neighbors here would know, I haven't greeted your house the way I normally greet new neighbors. But I do want you to know something, because I was struggling, as many people have said, with some struggles handling this, and Mr. Mobarez, is that your name, sir? I thought so. I went a couple of weeks without sleep. That's not a good thing for a chubby old lady, I'm telling you. Not a good thing. You're not chubby, don't worry. But I'm doing better now, and I know everybody's laughing at me, but I'm speaking from my heart right now, and my time is gonna be up. But every day now.
Can you turn toward the microphone, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
every day I am getting up now, and I have, technology, even though it lets us down sometimes. I have a picture of Michael. I know his name.
Once again, can you turn toward the
And
microphone?
I'm here, sorry. And every morning I am praying for each one of the men that is in that house. Every morning. When I see them go out in their vehicles, when I see them go out on their new scooters, I pray for their safety. But along with that, I'm praying for the safety of my neighborhood. We have a lot of kids, and it's a temptation. I wouldn't want to be in that spot if I were in that same. I won't turn around and look at you, Michael. But
Thank you, Bobette.
okay. See, it's bad to have me talk with no notes, but we're almost out of time. So I was supposed to be, Chuck, I told you I was going to talk about it. Chuck has conversed with our mayor. So I was going to reiterate some things that were in Chuck's emails, so you already know what I was going to say.
I do.
But maybe this is what I really needed to have said. Michael. Thank you.
You're welcome. Amy DeLulo?
Good? Yeah. Hello, my name is Amy Tolulo. I live on Brown Court. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what has been said. It's been very well said by Melissa, Anna, Chelsea, the Fisher entire family, Nancy, Charlotte, Babette. I'm very concerned about what's going on with way too many sex offenders living in one house in a residential area. That should not be what is going on in our neighborhoods. And I think you definitely have the power to do something about it. So I ask you to please take action and solve this threat to our community.
Thank you, Amy. Debbie McClintock.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and Council. Oh, it's started now.
No, you're good.
Thank you, Susie. I'm here because of the smart meters. I live at 1100 East 17th Avenue at U Creek Apartments. And the apartment I am in, I have probably about 20 smart meters on the wall to my bedroom. And so you compare that to a house that has one smart meter and people are getting sick from it. Can you imagine if you have 20 meters out there and how much radiation is coming through? I do not sleep in my bedroom. It's a one-bedroom apartment because of the fact I have all these smart meters on my bedroom wall. And I would like to know if the city has ever considered about coming out, because it's not just my apartment complex, I'm sure it's throughout the city, all the apartment complexes, that they should be testing to see how much radiation is coming through that wall. And I have trouble sleeping, I have migraine headaches, which I wasn't having before. And I just think it's something that needs to be considered. I don't know if any of the people that were involved in putting the meters in even thought about that. But we have, I don't even know how many apartment complex, buildings are there. But you think about 20 meter or smart meters and everything on each of those buildings, how much radiation is in that area? Is it possible to have the city come in and check and see what the radiation amounts have measured? I don't know, but I think it's something that you need to think about, because I tried to opt out, but of course it was an apartment complex and I couldn't do that. So it's just a major concern I have for what's happening with all these apartments that are where all the meters are put on one side by someone's apartment. So I hope somebody will come out and check some of these apartments to see what the radiation levels are. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Greg Morrissey?
Greg Morrissey, I live at 1648 Harvard Street, and I'm here to talk about an event I had. I got up and go for my walk. I'm going down Mountain View Avenue, and I see on this trailer a camera. And then I realize it's a test camera. It's for traffic. You're measuring traffic. And then I do some more research. I see that Longmont's going to come out with a system, and you're going to have it installed with the traffic lights. You're going to be able to get people who are speeding and get speeding tickets from it. And people who do wrong things, the intersection stuff, you're also going to have cameras with the availability to look at people doing that, and they're going to get fined or whatever the case is going to be. They had a similar thing. They've got a similar thing going on in Longmont and Boulder right now, and they had the same cameras down in the city of Aurora, but the city of Aurora not getting voted. They were pulled out. I just want to know the information. When are they going to be installed, and when is it going to be operational, and is the public going to be aware of it? I understand the need for it. I live close to 17th Avenue, and no one does the speed limit there. They're just as fast as they possibly can. So if you want to put them somewhere, 17th Avenue, please. They've got to slow down. They're going way too fast. But is there information coming out to the public, maybe in with a utility bill or something? Hey, these changes are coming. This is going to affect you. If you're caught, this is what the fines are going to be. Thank you.
So Greg, right behind you is the city manager who's shaking his head.
Shaking his head?
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yes, yes.
So that's, yeah.
I was after some dates and times, but okay. Okay, thank you.
Fast answers. That's what you get. Ann Coquette.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Anne Choquette of 175 Olympia Avenue. Thank you for your time. I'm here tonight, along with my neighbors, to express continuing concerns about the home at 2200 Winding Drive. Tonight, I would like to make clear exactly who is living in the house and some of the charges that they've been convicted of. I'd like to note that further information on these individuals and their charges can be found on the court records, but it costs money to pull each of these records and cases. It would be helpful, perhaps, if the city could investigate this information further. One individual in the house was convicted just this last October of a Class 3 felony for exploiting children by selling and publishing 400 images of child pornography. A protective order was issued that prohibits him from being near children, yet he is living within walking distance of a school and a park. Another resident is on parole until 2029 for attempting to sexually assault a child under 12. His conviction included first-degree assault, a violent crime with a long sentence. A third resident was convicted for lewd acts with a child under 14. 2 others were convicted of Class 5 and Class 6 felonies for attempted incest. Another was convicted of a Class 6 attempted sexual assault as recently as this past May. These are not minor offenses, and many of them are directly targeted against children. Class 3 felonies generally carry lifelong consequences, such as life on a felony sex offender registry, probation, 2 to 12 years in prison, and fines up to $750,000. Class 5 and Class 6 felonies are typically punishable by 12 to 36 months of imprisonment with a compulsory parole period of 1 year and fines up to $100,000. I live directly across the street from 2200 Winding with my 2 young children who are 7 and 12. This situation pervades my thoughts every time I step outside, particularly when my kids are with me. I feel like I'm constantly on high alert. I had reservations of speaking tonight because I do not want to create bad blood. And I'm glad that Mr. Mobarz and Mr. Poompan are here tonight, and I wish that they had been involved with the community sooner. I understand that people make mistakes, and I support and understand the need for rehabilitation. People should get the chance to turn their lives around, and I believe that people and families deserve to feel safe in their own community. Since this issue was first brought before the council in February, I really appreciate that you've been discussing the matter and that police patrols have increased in the neighborhood and that neighbors are zealously coming together to look out for one another's children. But it's not enough, and I urge the council to take real action. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Hamming. Greg Nelson and Anna Hampson, can you come up and sit in these chairs to get ready to be?
My name is Connie Hamming. I live at 2129 Winding Drive. I want to say my neighbors and many who have spoken to you before have spoken a lot of what I would have said, so I'm going to narrow mine down. I moved into this neighborhood about a year ago. I moved into a residential neighborhood. Imagine, I was surprised to find a for-profit business being allowed to be set up shop in my neighborhood. It is my understanding that the cost of this treatment is $1,000 around there per bedroom. How can our working class citizens compete with these kind of businesses for the price of a home in a residential neighborhood? Make no mistake, this is a for-profit business. People are making a lot of money on this, and they will be willing and able to outpay any of the future and current homeowners that want to buy homes in our neighborhoods. This is not just an issue for my neighborhood. It's not just a Winding Drive thing. This is an issue that it's going to affect all of our neighborhoods because these businesses are going to come into our community unless you do something to stop it. Is it a zoning issue? Is it not being enforced? Do we need to change the zoning issue? Do we need to limit the number of sex offenders that can reside together in a home like Broomfield and Arvada have done? We're behind the boat, so we can't afford to take a whole lot of time to do something to protect our neighborhoods. Thank you.
You're welcome. Greg Nelson. Is Greg here?
Great.
Okay, the next person is Anna Hampson.
Harrison, right?
Okay.
Harrison.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is Harrison. Yeah.
Good evening, members of the council and Mayor Peck. My name is Anna Soto Harrison, and the address is 1612 23rd Avenue. Well, I'm here on behalf of Zoe and my dear friend Dole, as well as Kim and many others that are hypersensitive, reactive to electromagnetic fields and frequencies. My first point is focused on the fact that even after many public remarks from well-informed people and scientific proof, much of which has been provided to this council in regard to the side effects of the smart meters on humans, the city of Longmont keep in place its plan and the place of implementation of these smart meters on our properties. This is not only frustrating, but disappointing to say the least. We, the people living in Longmont, have been pushed once and then again by so many small yet annoying rules that are shaping the city in ways that we were not even asked our opinion on, including paying to opt out of a smart city that clearly caused some damage. The issue of smart meters is an issue that some members of the public have taken the time to find out more for themselves. Many members of the public have educated themselves on this subject, and many of them have spoken to this very council. Yet, I don't see anybody on this council who is the deciding voice of the city with any interest to proactively question or investigate the claims of people who have protested these very meters. Not even to open a citizen or council inquiry or information sessions about this whole implementation. I want to make clear I'm not an expert in marketing, but yes, I am a pretty well experienced customer and consumer for my entire life. And one thing I have learned is that before buying any kind of product, from home appliances, furniture, even sport equipment, services, medication even, implies a minimum amount of research on my part, giving me the chance to know what I am getting into. This is just a question for you, the people that are here to represent our best interest. Wouldn't it have made more sense to inform and educate the people of our city regarding both sides of this argument about this technology, including its potential downsides of health effects and safety issues, instead of giving just the minimum information that only conveys your desire to install these meters? We hope you do something about it. We don't need to have more sick people in Longmont. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Terry Moore.
Hi, I am Terry Moore. I live at 3 Birdsall Place. I had to do some cleanup today in my room. I had a little nook that I hadn't touched in quite a while, and sad to say, I picked up each piece of my life gone by to see if it wasn't useful anymore. I would break it down and throw it away. I found a lot of stuff and got rid of it. I found a few good things and put somewhere else for safekeeping. I also found this phone. It's kind of old. It's a Conair phone, and it still works, but I don't need it anymore. Anybody who wants it can have it. I cleaned up the area and made more room than I had before. It felt good. My son, a couple of years ago, traded phones with me. He went to the dark side and got an Apple phone, and so he gave me this one. That was very nice of him. The other one was pretty old and cracked and not doing very well. See the new thing, how will it help? What will it do for me? How can I best use this new thing? This has been very useful. In the end, I didn't get anything new today. Sometimes things don't hold up well and must be replaced, and I understand why they throw it away. People are not things, though. Some people like to acquire shiny new things. People are children of God. How should we treat them? People do clean up well. Maybe this doesn't clean up real well. I don't know if you can see it, but people do. Some are right, some are wrong. Just what are the unalienable rights that the children of God have? The ones they talk about in the Declaration of Independence, the few they talk about in the Bill of Rights. I want to leave you with this thought. An X is a has-been. A spurt is a drip under pressure. I'm no expert. You shouldn't always listen to them. But I know how children of our Heavenly Father should be treated. Each one is precious. Each one is an individual. Each one must be protected. As a matter of fact, our Constitution was designed to protect our rights. And each of you took an oath to defend that same document, our Constitution. And God, in this room, as my witness, I pray you choose the right. Thank you.
Gary Hodges.
Got my pen this time.
But you forgot your phone.
We don't want to.
Well, he was giving it away.
Do you want it, Lance?
Sure.
Oh, Gary Hodges, 2148 Stewart Street. So I request the slides I'm showing are visible to those at home, which didn't happen last week. So we've all seen this one before. Plentiful energy leads to wealthy societies. We cannot simply decide to use electricity without becoming less wealthy. And so fine, you might say, but we'll have plentiful so-called green energy. Okay, if you want to pay and pay a lot in that pursuit, though it's a pursuit that can never be fully achieved as I've laid out in the past. In this plot, we see a clear relationship between injecting wind and solar into an energy portfolio and increasing energy prices. So wind and solar is the most expensive source of electricity, but at least we will be reducing CO2, which brings me to a slide we saw too briefly a few weeks ago. So what we are looking at is the cold, hard reality of the energy transition fable. Beginning in 2000, a concerted global effort was started to supplant hydrocarbon electricity production with wind and solar. So $10 trillion later, plus that actually, and we have these little slivers at the top of the graph. Combined, they're a whopping 5.6%. So this is a great plot. It's top line data, like what are presented here, are difficult to fudge. So let's look at the bottom source, traditional biomass. So for all those people, that includes dung. Today it is 3 to 4 times what wind and solar provides. So I invite all of you to visit Our World in Data and search global primary energy consumption by source and play around with the interactive graph. I did exactly that before coming tonight. In 2000, hydrocarbons were 76.8% of global primary energy sources. And in 2023, they were 76.5%, so 0.3% reduction. The world only adds to the energy portfolio. We do not substitute. There is no energy transition occurring. And no matter how much we might want to believe, Longmont is not contributing to a meaningful energy transition. And the only thing we can do is make our energy more expensive and the cost of living higher. And unfortunately, that is precisely what we are doing. So on that left plot, so terawatt hour is 1 billion kilowatt hours. So what we're looking at there, that top line, is 180,000 billion kilowatt hours. So the next time Platte River is here and they show annual kilowatt hours of the energy they are producing, just pause for a moment and think about how insignificant Longmont's power consumption is when considering the total global production. And there's the real truth of oil, coal, natural gas. We're not getting off these anytime soon. They just continue to grow in time. Wind and solar will grow also, but it's not going to reduce those others. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Lance Whitaker.
Hopefully I won't leave my phone right here. Good morning or good evening. Mayor and council, my name is Lance Whitaker. I live at 1750 Collier Street. I've been a long-time resident of Colorado for over 40 years today. And I'd just like to remind you all of what today's national days are. And I know I'm the last speaker, so I'll try to make it quick and convenient. Today is National Tomfooleries Day, as everybody knows. And today is also National Sunday of Action Day. And that's probably why we've got such an audience today. It's also the first Tuesday of April. Today is also National Take Down Tobacco Day. It's probably why my speech is a little rough, is because I've quit smoking recently. Today is also National Sourdough Bread Day. And I prefer rye. And today is finally National 1 Cent Day. And it sounds like Mayor and Council are going to need quite a few of them to finish the RTD thing. And I understand we put a lot of money into it, so we can't just set it on the table like I did outside and leave it to everyone to grab a little piece. So, in the spirit of Zoe, I would like to say that you've got quite a large EMHS problem, and please stay away from my garage. To all the kids in the neighborhood, I would like to remind them that on Collier Street, between Latimer Park and Spangler Park, which is some of the older parks of Longmont, your walk is safe because a lot of my neighbors are watching out for your kids on that block. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and we'll see you next Tuesday.
Thank you, Lance. Steve, you're on a separate page. Did you?
I'm the last one.
Yeah.
Like I said, I tried to make
So
it
my
quick.
question is, Steve, did you sign up to speak?
Yes.
Steve Altshuler.
But I'm also the last one to speak, so like I said, I tried to make it short. But if you want to extend it, you can.
I don't. I don't want to extend it.
Well, then I'll take my phone and leave.
I guess Dawn had already picked up the other sheets.
Yeah, that's okay.
Steve Altshuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. I would just like to point out, obviously I've been coming here for years, and before you ever decided to do the smart meters, I was here and you guys had hundreds and hundreds of people protesting the use of smart meters. Lots of people were scientists and doctors, and they came in here and they told you all about the problems with the smart meters and the EMF. And I know some of you weren't here at the time, but the majority of the board chose, for whatever reason, to do the smart meters regardless. You ignored the will of the people, you ignored the knowledge of the doctors, and you forced smart meters down everybody's throats. If someone doesn't want a smart meter, they have to pay $15 a month, $180 a year to not have something. There's also something systemically wrong in that mentality. A couple of years ago, I was here talking about all the new taxes, and Dr. Waters was saying, we haven't raised any taxes, but a fee like this, a penalty, is the same thing as a tax. So charging people to not get something is also wrong. Ignoring the hundreds and hundreds of comments that you've had is wrong. And it's the same thing whether it's a smart meter or the problem over at Winding Drive. You are here to care about the constituents that are in the city now. It might be great to have an eye on the future and look about building something for later, but you've got hundreds of empty units. You're building thousands of more empty units because someday there might be more people here. Those are not the people you're supposed to be taking care of. You're supposed to be caring about the people that elected you into office. And if you don't do that, then I hope that people will rear up and vote everybody out of office and put people in office that will care about the residents of Longmont. Thank you.
I'm clapping because that was the last comment. But I do want to say that for Winding Drive, we have been researching this for the past 2 weeks, and I already got 3 emails, confidential, I can't tell you what they say, but updates on what, how things have changed and are changing fast. So that's why we're doing the research, and we will have a presentation. But right now, our presentation is up on an update on data protection and data privacy.
Hello, Mayor Peck and members of council. Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. We are bringing back this presentation based on the request from the City Council around what kind of data protections do people have for their private information, of which the city does have. There's lots of laws that govern this kind of data protection, as well as some really great technology that's out there that's helping us to make sure that our customer data is safe and secure. So we're going to go through an overview of this. This is kind of in 2 areas. Some of it is in our Enterprise Technology Services Department, and that's led by Kathy Woods, our ETS Director. And then some of this is around governance and around some of the laws that also protect data in the city, and that portion of the presentation will be led by Becky Doyle, Chief Strategic Integration Officer. So we'll start with Kathy Woods.
Thank you, Sandy.
There you go.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kathy Woods. I'm going to share a little bit with you about our cybersecurity strategy. I want to start out with first pointing out that we are very fortunate to have 2 full-time cybersecurity staff members who are very experienced. In addition to that, we have created a cybersecurity team that also consists of a senior network analyst, a senior system administrator, and a senior programmer analyst. It kind of rounds out the cybersecurity approach. We also invest in industry-leading hardware and software. And that allows us to implement tighter controls and monitoring capabilities. We have recently implemented next-generation firewalls that allow us to monitor traffic and access as users move across and within the network, all the way up to the application and data layers of the network. We also partner with multiple external resources that help us that we engage with, and they provide us with detailed analysis and audits of our existing environment, giving us the opportunity to proactively shore up our defenses. Whoops, I'm not forwarding the slides. Sorry. Oh, I got it. There we go. At the heart of our cybersecurity strategy is called the NIST framework. The NIST framework is considered the golden standard for cybersecurity frameworks. NIST stands for National Institute of Standards and Technology. At the heart of the NIST framework is this concept of zero trust. Zero trust is the implementation of strict identity validation for all persons and devices as they move about the network. The concept is trust no one and verify access for every unique request. We have additionally implemented a policy that in order to access our network, you must have a city-provided device. This allows us to make sure that that device is up to date on security patches, has valid up-to-date virus protection, and that it has authorization to be on our domain. Additionally, the city invests in ongoing ETS technical training. This is provided in the form of formal classes, conferences,
subscriptions to knowledge bases and forums. We also invest in citywide staff awareness training. This is usually done with simulated phishing attempts. Now, this is not to shame employees in the city, but to educate users and to educate them how to see the telltale signs that an email is not legitimate. Once you know to look for it, it is fairly obvious most of the time. So, in the event of a breach, we do have documented protocols. What is a breach? A breach is any loss of data. That could be one single record. That could be 5,000 records. It is any denial of service that results, any denial of service that results from some type of attack. It also could be a loss of an outage of systems, also based on some kind of attack. You may recall back in September, I think there was a CrowdStrike outage. CrowdStrike had a bug, and that brought systems down for most of the organizations that were utilizing it. In the event of a breach, we have a documented incident response plan. That incident response plan identifies who to call, what order to call them in. Additionally, it documents our third-party partners that are there to help us in the event of a catastrophic breach. They will help us triage the situation. The incident response document also contains a matrix. The matrix outlines the various thresholds for each data type and reporting requirements for those data types. So if CGIS data is compromised, there's a set of rules. If PCI data is compromised, there's a different set of rules. So, and that is all I have, unless there are questions. Short and sweet.
Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. I just wanted to say thank you. This really sets me at ease knowing this is where we're at, and that was really my concern. We were hearing all kinds of things with data breaches and the concerns that potential data breaches were possible for any sort of governmental entities that have interactions with each other. And so that was my initial thinking, and you've cleared that up. So thank you there, Kathy. I really do appreciate it, because I think it's good to see this and have the public see that, because I was concerned that we would, our employees, our former employees, would have that, or our customers out there who are doing whatever the going online to pay bills and stuff like that. We would have some sort of exposure. So that's my concern. I don't want our their privacy to be hacked, and I don't want our city employees and and our department's privacy being hacked.
You're welcome, Councilmember McCoy.
Councillor Christ.
Kathy, thank you for the presentation. So is there anything else that the city council should do with our devices? We often get external emails, and sometimes we get the message, are you sure you want to download this external content? And I think probably not.
So city council is not technically on the city's network.
Okay.
So we don't have as tight constraints around what you do.
Okay, but we do have kind of a firewall between us and the city. Is that correct?
Yes, and you have city-provided devices, and my team comes down on a weekly basis and patches them and makes sure that they are up to date.
Well, thank you.
Councilmember Chris, one thing that I would certainly mention is that, probably our greatest vulnerability in our organization is our own staff accidentally clicking on something or falling for a phishing scam or some sort of thing. And so I'd be happy to share some specific phishing tips with the city council so that you can also recognize those kinds of emails that can get you in trouble. So I will send that out to y'all after the meeting.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. And Sandy?
So Mayor Peck, there's also some laws that govern this privacy, so Becky's going to go through it real
Becky,
super
great.
quick. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Becky Doyle, Chief Strategic Integration Officer. So there's a lot of different laws that apply to the data that we keep within those systems that are secured by Kathy's team. So a lot of what my team does is to help to educate folks about which laws apply to which sets of data. There's a few of them before you. Obviously, we mostly think about CORA, or the Colorado Open Records Act, as requiring the disclosure of data, but it also requires the protection or, kind of non-disclosure of some certain sets of data. CORA response is something that we spend a lot of time on, and Dawn's team in particular spends a lot of time combing through information that's potentially responsive to CORA requests. So that's a really big piece of what her team does in their responsibility for records management. Additionally, we have a data governance framework. We adopted a data governance plan in 2021 that covers many of these areas, and are working toward modernizing our approach to data governance as well as to cybersecurity. And in fact, we're recognized for our work in data governance through our 2022 certification through the What Works Cities program. And so in general, our data protection and data privacy policies that underlie that data governance program are adopted in in accordance with all the legal frameworks that apply. So that's what we have for you.
And I can assure you that we take our customer data privacy extremely seriously. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share what we're doing with the council. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We are now on the discussion regarding the potential amendments to Title 10 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning residency distance requirements for registered sex offenders. And I would like to invite our Public Safety Chief, Zach Artis, and Jeremy. Is Jeremy going to do this? There he is.
Jeremy
Tyrell.
Jeremy, Zach, and Grant.
Oh, and Grant, okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Terrell, Assistant City Attorney. I'm going to start things off tonight and then kind of kick things over to Harold and Zach and Grant as needed. But I'll get the conversation started at least. So last time we spoke to you all about this issue, we had that Venn diagram kind of showing the operational issues going on and then the policy issues that we're mostly focused on tonight. On the operational side, we've heard from the community. We've heard a lot of additional information tonight during public invite to be heard. We want everyone to know that we're continuing to investigate the operational issue concerning the residents in question. It's taking us time. We're looking into it. We can already tell you that fire and public safety, building inspection have already been out there, looked at the residents. So we're making progress. It's just taking additional time.
Mm-hmm.
So we're aware of the situation, though. We're working on it. That's all we can really say at this point. And just kind of a caveat, when we're talking about registered sex offenders, any person who's required to register under Colorado law must regularly contact law enforcement, and law enforcement regularly verifies this information. So I just want to kind of dispel this idea that these people are running around the community unchecked. They're having contact with law enforcement, and law enforcement does regularly verify the information. So we're aware of the individuals that are registered sex offenders in the community, and just to know that there is some contact going on. And just given the emails and some of the information we've heard from the community members, just keep in mind that these people are also part of the community as well. And harassment and violence is not tolerated and can and will result in criminal prosecution both ways. So just something to be in mind going forward. I do want to shift gears and kind of switch to the policy question for tonight, which is really what we're focused on. And I kind of want to lay out 4 different questions that staff is asking council to consider tonight. The first is the main question, and if the answer is no, we can kind of ignore the last 3. But the first question is, does council want to consider a local ordinance regulating sex offender residency requirements? And there's an asterisk there just because if council gives us direction to come back with an ordinance is the way we get a public hearing, which is, I think from what I've heard from council in the past, is something that council wants, is to get the full public view from members of the community, experts in the field, persons that own this facility in question. If we go to an ordinance, that's when we can have a public hearing, get all the different comments, and make that informed decision at the end. If we decide to go with an ordinance, and if council wants to give us direction, some questions we need answered tonight as well is, who do we include? And so that's a matter of, are we looking at just certain classes of registered sex offenders, a larger class? And I'll show the different criteria in the next slide. The next question is what areas to include for establishing a setback. So what protected areas do we want to include in an ordinance? So is it daycares, schools? And if we want a setback, what distance are we looking at? And I did have another note on here just to note that any ordinance we do impose upon registered sex offenders would be forward-looking, meaning that someone who's already established a residence wouldn't be impacted by the ordinance. It only impacts when that person moves. So we can't criminalize the past conduct that occurred because it wasn't a criminal back then, or it wasn't a crime back then, but we can, if we decide to go with an ordinance, criminalize it going forward. In terms of potential answers to those 3 questions, if council wants to go with an ordinance, some potential answers are on the screen. So in terms of who's impacted, we could look at just sexually violent predators. You could do sex offenders with multiple victims, sex offenders with multiple offenses, and or sex offenses with felonies involving minors. In terms of what's included, we've discussed schools, city facilities, public parks, breezeways, daycares, private parks. And in terms of how far, we've looked at a number of distances. And in a second, I'll turn it over to Grant Penland, our Planning and Development Services Director, to kind of show you some maps and what things look like, just so you have an idea of what a setback would look like. But we have examined 1,000 feet, 750 feet, 500 feet, and 300 feet. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Grant, but we'll be available for questions after this presentation as well.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Again, Grant Penland, Planning Development Services Director. As Jeremy mentioned, as part of last month's discussion, council did want to see some options in terms of setbacks, specifically related to specific areas of concern. So in council's packet, the maps that I'm going to walk through were included, but I think this might give a little better indication as you see the progression of the different distances that Jeremy referenced kind of in progression. So the map that's on the screen right now does show setbacks at 300 feet from schools as well as city facilities and also city parks and breezeways and also daycares. What it does not include in this set of maps is private parks. So again, starting off with 300 feet, progressing to 500 feet. This map shows 750 feet, and this shows 1,000 feet. As discussed at the last meeting, those were some of the common distances that other jurisdictions did implement, so we wanted to give council an opportunity to see, again, those impacts in our community. Moving forward, as I already mentioned, the next set of maps will include private parks. So it does include all of the other elements that I listed previously, but also includes private parks. So again, starting off with 300 feet, moving to a 500-foot setback. Again, moving to 750 feet. And finally, again, 1,000-foot setback. Again, this map set does include private parks. Staff does also have an application, a GIS application, that if council's interested and wants to see combinations of either setbacks or specific areas, we can kind of toggle through those. So for example, if you wanted to see 1,000-foot not including daycare, we can jump in there and give you that example just so you know you have that as a resource. So again, in somewhat conclusion, Jeremy already covered this, but essentially what staff is asking for regarding discussion and direction is one, if council is interested in a local ordinance regulating, and then those three questions we covered in map form, but the who to include, the what to include, and then of course the setbacks that we just reviewed. So again, I can jump to the specific app if you have questions or would like to see any specific variations therein.
I think I would add what they provided today was based on direction that council gave us at the previous meeting in terms of what you wanted to look at. If there's any additional direction that council wants to provide, we can definitely include that. But this was based on the last direction that you all gave us.
So what I've heard from tonight is that what people want is a reduction of the number of people in the home, allowed to live in the home, the number of feet, the setbacks, and a code change differentiating in the code, correct me if I'm wrong, Harold, we would have to change the family code, is that correct? The family residence code? To have a specific code for sex offender? How would that work?
All right, Jeremy, you're going to have to help me with this one, but I think, the first question to council is, and you added something today that council hasn't added until this point. The first question is, do you want an ordinance, and do you want what you indicated was an ordinance with a distance-based requirement to that? That's one question. What you added in just now is a limitation on the number of registered sex offenders that can reside in a dwelling unit. So if that's something that council wants us to consider, council will need to give us that direction to include that. And I think that would be a separate section in the code that they would then create if that's the direction that council wants us to bring back to you all.
Okay, so that's the code requirement okay.
Yeah, so what we do, mayor and council, is to update our definition of dwelling. So we look at our dwelling definitions and limit, it means a dwelling containing X number of people, but no more than 2 or whatever number of registered sex offenders. And that's what a minority of jurisdictions have done in Colorado. I will say, based on our last discussion, I think I said like 35 jurisdictions across Colorado have some sort of restriction. Of those, the majority have just a distance-based setback, and then it's a smaller minority that has the number restriction based on how many registered sex offenders may live within one dwelling unit.
So if we did have an ordinance limiting the number of offenders that could live in one dwelling, again, that would not affect Winding Drive because we're going forward unless someone left that residence. And then they could not get another person to fill that space. But at this point, it wouldn't affect that.
Mayor, if I may jump in real quick, one of the things that Jeremy talked about in terms of the operational piece of this is we have received additional information. And so specifically what we're looking at right now, and you heard some of the comments, is this a halfway house?
Right.
Is it a boarding house? Is it a group home that doesn't meet the protections under the existing state law? Or is it a group home that falls under that? And those are the issues that we're actively sorting through, and that's really an operational piece, looking at the existing code and what does that mean. A lot of that information came at us within the last couple of days.
But it is listed as a sober rehabilitation home.
Those are the issues that we're working through.
Okay. Okay, so first of all, do we want, let's just go down the line, do we want an ordinance? Let's start with you, Matthew, yes or no? Or expound on it.
I mean, yes. And I guess by expound on it, is this the time for more questions, or do you want to just get a pulse check?
I just want to, at this point, find out if we even want to have a further conversation,
Oh.
if there are enough people, council members
yes.
who say yes. Okay,
Yes, yes, Mayor Peck.
okay,
Yes.
okay, me too.
Yes.
Okay, so we do want an ordinance. We've got that down. And now, I guess expounding on it is, what do we want to include in that? Do we want to include number of feet? Do we want to include number of feet from children? Or residents, or areas where children are? Do we want to include, number of people that can live within offenders in a residence? So let's talk about that. Counselor McCoy?
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I think we start off with what we have in front of us. It doesn't mean that we don't add things. But I think we include the option of the schools and city facilities, city parks, private parks, and breezeways, as well as daycares. I think those are the top focus areas that we have some sort of say over, and we want to start there, and then I'd like to hear what other people say in regards to the size of setbacks.
You don't want to fair.
Oh, yeah, I'm a year
Yeah.
too late.
Yes, so, okay. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you for pulling that up. So looking at individuals impacted, I do want this to consider 1 and 4. I'm open to discussion with the others, but in looking at schools and daycares, it would be applicable to have sex offenders with felonies involving minors. So I think that is something that is really pressing to me. I would look at 1,000 feet for schools and daycares, with a lesser amount around city parks. Because I know that there was concern around creating these enclaves, especially when you looked at the 1,000 foot for all areas. And this, for clarification, this does not mean that then that individual cannot go near those parks. They just cannot live near those parks. That is correct?
Correct. The ordinance we're envisioning is just the residency restriction.
Residency restrictions.
And I would just add the caveat that some sex offenders do have like probation requirements. I think someone from the community mentioned, they might have no contact with children.
No contact with children
So
at all.
That they
Yes.
could still have a probation requirement,
Mhm.
separate from whatever ordinance we create, but an ordinance would just be focused on the residence piece.
Okay, and then for me, I'm thinking about our residents, and I understand, people deserve a second chance. People need to be able to rehabilitate, but I'm also thinking about children's ability to walk to and from school. I'm thinking of children's ability to play at parks and not have to have that constant concern looming over their heads for children and families as well. There was another one, and I do want to look at limiting the residency. I would like to see what, just more research around that, the impact. We do have Blue Sky Bridge that comes to our school to talk to our third graders, and, overwhelmingly, what research has said is that 95%, if I remember the statistics correctly, are the person knows the child. And not to say that, if they're neighbors, there's a possibility of them becoming acquainted. So, we know that there's data that shows. However, my concern more is towards residents, sense of security, and kind of looking at how we can move, move these facilities to a place where children are not frequently occupied, if that makes sense.
So, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, I went a little lengthy.
No, you're fine. I just want to make sure I have this down. On the screen where it says what is included, you want to include all of those?
In relation to schools and parks, SVPs, and sex offenders with felonies involving minors.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, well, all the setbacks, yes.
Harold, would you define private parks? Is that an HOA? Is it?
Generally, the private parks that we have in our community are required by the development process to build a facility within neighborhoods, and they function as a park.
Okay. But that would still be within a neighborhood. So, okay.
Correct. It's inherently a park.
Yeah.
It's just not a city park.
City maintained.
Correct. It is
Okay.
a park that is required as part of the land development code
Okay.
in building the neighborhoods.
Okay. All right. Who else wants to?
For you, for me? Am I done?
It did. Did you, as far as the number of residents within number of sex offenders within a home, you want more research?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Popkin, did you want to say?
May I ask a question?
Of course.
What type of research?
Yeah. Where are you?
Okay, thank you. So looking at other municipalities who have enforced this, what is the research behind that? Is that even would that make a difference in what we're trying to accomplish? Looking at I want to know if we limit the number, will that make any impact at all as far as recidivism? Or would that help for therapy? Does that make sense?
Kind of. I think that's going to be a hard question for us
Okay.
to answer.
Okay.
Just looking at high level, there's a lot of, if you look at the research, it's
Yeah,
all over the place.
it's all over the place. I mean, you can give it all to us, but.
So why I would reduce it is that this is a for-profit thing, and if they're just putting people in there for money, rather than for having the care and the services and things they need, if it's just because they get paid per
person.
then that's why,
Mhm.
one of the reasons. So
No, I
think
agree.
about that.
I agree with you on that, but I do want to see what other communities have enacted a reduced number per resident.
Okay.
I can do my own research.
Councilor Popkin. Whoops. No, I got you on.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Mayor Pro Tem, you never have to apologize for taking some time.
Not the truth.
Council, a question for staff here. So the maps and the ordinances, first, thank you for all the work on building the GIS maps and the different layers so we can see kind of the difference there. Frankly, there isn't research from what I've come across and from what we've been provided that shows a certain distance is safe or not, and that it does something or it doesn't. So we're discussing the optimal level of arbitrary, right? So just to be clear when we're looking at that, that doesn't mean there isn't value in it, but we are trying to discuss the optimal level of arbitrariness. The maps and the ordinances we're considering don't actually address what so many of the neighbors tonight, or most of the neighbors, have spoken about and emailed us about. And we've heard a lot of different questions about types of facilities and requirements, and staff has spoken a little bit to that, and I know that you're working on it, and what we see behind the scenes is that you have been digging into this, and given some of the legal complexities, I understand that you can't share all of that right now. Is there any more that you can share just for public awareness at this time, based on what we're looking into just specifically? I don't want to put anyone on the spot here or overstep on the city side, but any more clarity might be helpful here.
think Jeremy and I will probably, you want to go first, and then I'll try to tag team it with you.
Yes. So the primary issues we're looking at is, clarifying what kind of use is at issue here and at the specific residence and making sure it fits within our existing land development code standards. That's really what our main focus is right now, is just making sure we completely understand what's going on at the residence and making sure it's appropriate under Title 15. That's really the heart of it, and it's a complex issue. One might think it's easy to say, hey, well, that's a candy shop. I know exactly what that is. Residences, group homes, recovery facilities, halfway homes, boarding houses, room houses, all different definitions under our code, and any number of them could apply. So we're looking into that. But to that point of, what we have done, our assistant fire chief and our chief building official have visited the residence. And I should say that the persons running the residents who are here tonight, they've been very cooperative as well with staff and providing information to us. So, it's an open communication right now between city staff and the owner and operator of the residence, and we're just making sure all the, I's are dotted and T's are crossed and making sure everything's compliant.
So, and I just want to make a statement. To your point, in my email, that's what I was alluding to, is that the state has defined some of the homes you were talking about, giving us guidance. A sex offender home or a halfway house or whatever you want to call it has not been defined. So there is no guidance for us at this point. So calling it a sober rehabilitation or living home doesn't fit what that guidance is, in my estimation, and that's where the struggle is right now. If we decide on that, we're out there alone on an island because we don't know if it's going to, we don't know what's going to happen there, basically. So go ahead, Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor Peck, and thank you, Jeremy. Harold, if you wanted to add anything, I'd welcome it, but I just wanted to, just as a comment, it's unsettling to me that we don't know what the exact type of facility is and how it relates to our code.
Exactly.
And that doesn't mean it's inherently problematic, but it's unsettling that we don't know what we're defining this as, because we do have a lot of rules and code language for exactly the purpose of regulating different functions and purposes. And the fact that we don't know how to classify this, or that there are perhaps 4 or 5 different potential thoughts as to what this would even be considered as, is quite concerning. So I know we're looking into that. You may not have an answer for me right now, but that's what I'd love clarity on.
It's a matter of conflicting information, new information, old information. Unlike a new development coming to the city where they have to say this is what my use is, it's a little bit different when it changes from a single family residence to some new use, but doesn't necessarily require a new development application. So this property didn't have to go through a new site plan or site plan waiver, to my knowledge.
Do we allow live work in this zoning classification?
It's residential single family.
Yeah, in RSF, do we allow live work properties at this point?
Live work is hard to define.
Well, in terms of the primary and secondary uses.
Yeah, I think I follow your question, council member. No, our definition of dwelling, live, work would not be allowed in residential single family.
We're trying to figure it out.
So a commercial facility or a business operating in a residential space a business operating in an RSF zone is technically not allowed under our land development code? Is that what you're saying?
Unless it met the criteria of a home occupation. And I don't know if
home occupation. Okay, I don't know that's distinction per se, but perhaps we can get some clarity on that as we're looking into the different classifications.
Absolutely.
I see that Mubarak Solutions also wants to speak on this. I don't know what the rules are in terms of allowing for this at this point because it's not a public hearing. So for now, I'm going to continue with my questions unless staff or other council members want to proceed otherwise. Slight different tangent here. So did any of the jurisdictions in Colorado that we looked at include any policies on communication with residents or notification within a certain distance? I mean, we have that, for instance, like with new development proposals for any type of new development that we have to notify residents. I'm curious if that's something that we've seen in other laws or ordinances in Colorado.
I have not specifically seen that, Councilmember Popkin. I know there are notifications that you're able to select on the state side. So I think with the state CBI or SOMB, you can request notifications for specific sex offenders. I don't know if you can do, a notification if any sex offender moves, within a certain radius, but I have not seen any state or any jurisdiction-based ordinance concerning, outreach or communication, like proactively like that.
Interesting. If that is legal, I think that would be prudent to consider, including in a future law that we might pass. So I'll just put that on the table. I'll prep staff. I'd love to see a GIS version of 750 feet from schools, public and private parks, and daycares. So if you don't mind pulling that up, I'll continue with my comments while that's being pulled up. 2 weeks ago, we got an email from a state official that works on these issues. And I read all the documents that they included. They included some data, some studies. I responded, and I won't name the state official here for the sake of protecting themselves, but I do want to read the 4 questions that I asked and the responses that I got from them. Based on your professional experience, I have a few follow-up questions. 1, the shared living arrangement guidelines are from 2004. Is that the research you're referring to when you say, quote, in the email, supports more than one person who is registered living in the same building or location? If so, I'm just confirming that the past 2 decades have not included new data or research that indicates new insights. The response that I got was no response. The second question I asked was, if residency restrictions and shared living arrangement restrictions are not productive, are there policies that local governments can enact or have enacted that are productive? The answer, no response. Third question, if there's a sex offender group home that is established next door to where you live, what productive actions would you take? The answer, no response. Fourth question was, does SOMB, that's the office staff, ever present to local jurisdictions when they are considering policy changes like residency requirements? The answer I got was no response. I didn't get any response to my email. It wasn't just dodging those questions. I followed up a week later. I still have not gotten a response. I wish I did. I would love to just know more of what some of the state experts looking across Colorado feel like this. If staff has gotten clarity on those questions that circumvented me, I would appreciate knowing what those answers are. I don't want to necessarily do a counterproductive action here, but I also want to know what the data says and what relevant data says, and relevant not just from 2 decades ago. And I would love to see, frankly, if we have, a good study should be replicable, and a good study on a sensitive topic like this, I would expect to be replicated in some way, shape, or form. I have not seen what I'd like to see on that. So before we get to the map there, I'll just note on who is impacted. I'd go with, building on what Mayor Pro Tem said, I'd go with all 4 in the restrictions. And then, Grant, while I look at the map, could you just clarify what's technically included in city facilities, and can you define for us what a breezeway is?
I'll do my best to define breezeway.
Thank you.
So the city facilities actually have a lot of overlap with existing parks, and I can maybe zoom into one just to give you an example. Clark, Centennial, and I'll toggle so you can see.
Oh, sorry, I teed this up for the map layers, and now you have to undo.
That helps if I actually use the.
So city facilities would include library, rec center, maintenance facilities, police station. Those are all city facilities?
For purpose of this map, it does not include those. It's an overlap with some of like the golf course and Centennial Park. It was more of a maintenance distinction than an actual.
It's like recreational
public
facilities
facility.
versus like city operations.
Yes.
That's a very helpful distinction. Thank you. So what's up there is just the recreational-ish.
Correct.
So Matthew, are you 750 feet with the same restrictions for that Mayor Pro Tem had? Do you want anything in there from about the number of people in one residence? And this would just be at this point to satisfy the residents because we don't have an empirical data on.
And this would be for setting future policy.
Yeah.
On what it means. I mean, I'm with Mayor Pro Tem right now. I would love to get more information on that. I tried to get more information from the state, who in theory should have regional and relevant expertise here. I haven't gotten that. So to the extent that we have a bit of a window here before a final decision, I would love to see what information we can get on that. The 750 feet, I'll get back to you in a moment. I just want to see what the map looks like.
Okay. Oh, I thought he was finished.
I think we're rebuilding the layers. Grant, is this what 750 from public and private parks, schools, and daycares would be?
Yes. What is shown now includes those elements as well as daycares.
We're quite the compact city, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not much room.
Okay, could we change the parks, both public and private, to 500 feet and keep the schools and daycares at 750? Thank you. This is the benefit of a good GIS map.
Can you repeat the 500 selection again?
City parks and private parks. So this should be 750 from schools and daycares, and then 500 for public and private parks, right? That feels very light. Oh, I see.
Sorry, I turned off the 750 momentarily just to make sure that I was selecting the right ones. So this includes 500 city facilities, including breezeways. We can turn that off if you'd like.
What are they again? Sorry.
Sorry. Generally, they're the areas in downtown that are functioning as a park space, like alleyways, but they're functioning as almost a park.
Like a public space-ish?
Correct.
Let's take off the breezeways for now. That doesn't change much, does it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, good to know. And can we, what was the last thing? Can we take off the city facilities? I don't know if a golf course is as relevant type thing. So I want to keep the parks on there, but I'm slightly less concerned about golf courses. And they are quite a large swath of land in certain places.
I don't think we included.
That isn't off now.
It is off?
Yeah, shut it off.
Oh.
Looks like the golf courses have been included in the parks.
Yeah, are golf courses embedded in something else that we have on here, public or private? Parks, or, well, they wouldn't be a daycare.
Sorry about that. Councilmember, I believe that the golf courses are actually embedded in city parks.
Okay, if we can't separate that out right now, I just say, like, before we come back with a final decision, I'd love to see a map without the golf courses included. I think I did not hear any resident say a concern about golf course proximity, and those can be large swaths of land in neighborhoods, so that would be appreciated just to see what that looks like.
We can definitely do that.
Cool, because again, I want to make sure that we are creating reasonable distances, but also not creating unreasonable pockets in our community that's fairly compact as it is. So with that, I'm conditionally, like tentatively leaning towards this kind of a direction. Public-private parks at 500 feet, schools, daycares 750 feet, with the exclusion of golf courses. I think that's, let me double check my notes, but I'll hold off on time for now.
Okay. Go ahead.
Answer the question that came before, in terms of what are we considering. So I'm not an attorney, so I'll tell you that.
You have one sitting right by you, though.
As I'm
On each end.
as I'm thinking through this, and so to remind council, there are a few things in play. So when we talked about it, when we look at this, there's in particular two pieces of legislation. The first legislation that came out of the last session was the state removed the number of unrelated parties that can live with each other. And so that plays into this conversation. But it's not necessarily the end-all be-all as we look at the code when we're looking at what is something really defined as. So that's one piece of it. The other piece of it is the other legislation that the state created where they identified it, I believe it was 4 different areas that essentially they classify as a use by right. And we presented that information to council. What's important in this is that the details matter, because just because you say you're this doesn't mean you're this.
Right.
And that's inherently the work that we're doing, is to then go, well, what does that really mean? Not just based on saying that you're in this category, but what is it that's occurring and what are you doing? The answer to that question then actually has you go within section 15 of the code to then say, do you fall into a halfway house based on how it's defined in the code? Do you fall into a boarding house as it's defined in the code? Do you fall into a group home that is not under the legislation that we're talking about? Because the details of what's really happening is really important to the evaluation as we're looking at the code. And so that's a little bit more depth, but that's the complexity that we're dealing with in this situation. And that's what we're ferreting through based on the information that we're receiving and what we're looking at. And so it is the details that are important when you're making that evaluation in terms of how you're approaching a land use decision, and how you move forward on that.
So, 2 people have asked for more information on the number of people in living in one of these homes. Would it be possible, as far as the research goes, to contact the cities that have limited it and ask what criteria did they base that on? What made them? Or can you give us the cities and we'll?
No, we can contact them and get that information.
Because their thought process would be good to understand. Are we missing something? Is there?
I think what's embedded in this is it's inherently a policy decision of the councils.
Right.
And so we can ask them what their councils considered in the decision in terms of limiting the number of individuals in a residence, but it's probably going to be in a broader policy conversation that those entities are having. So we will ask the question. I'm not sure that they will give us the information that you're looking for.
Probably not.
Just in full transparency on this because of the nature of those conversations.
Okay. So this council needs to think about what it is. If we want to limit the number of people, we need to come up with a decision regardless of what the research says. Councilor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I have a few notes, but I'll be brief. So who is impacted? I would like to see all registered sex offenders included. If the public safety has to check in with them, I would like them to be included in this ordinance. I would like to see a restriction on number living together where minors are involved. I think that was something we discussed. Greeley had an under 18 component to their restrictions. I think that was mentioned last time. Also, operationally, concerned about businesses in residential areas and acknowledging, and I did check out these figures, we do have 286 sex offenders in Longmont, which means 95 sex offenders in each ward. And particularly in Ward 1, we do have a lot of attainable housing. And so acknowledging just the comments that we're giving up some housing that would be offered to families. I think the house that they're in right now sold for about $620,000. So operationally, it would be nice to have some kind of a process of notification, a permitting process, or a licensing process, because I think there also is not this for someone who wants to move into our town to know how to approach the city in those regards. And then also, I'm kind of wondering about the economic impact on the city, because if we think about it, are we in some kind of study that we have that many living here, and why do we not know about that? I mean, is there a change to the criminal justice system that has suggested that more people move to Longmont? And in that case, usually when we have supportive housing of any kind, there's some support financially from the county or the state. So I just am wondering how this scenario is playing out in an operational way. And maybe you all are on that already in terms of business licensing and what have you. I will mention that if this is a full-on business in a residential area, they're not paying commercial property tax for one, so that's an impact on the city. Okay, so I think all of these schools, city facilities, public parks, daycares, and private parks should be included. I notice that trails are not on here, but I recognize that trails are usually part of parks and schools, so I don't think they need to be added. I think 1,000 feet is reasonable. I did speak with Mobara Solutions, and thank you for reaching out. I think it was Michael who I spoke to. And I noticed because they had a prior house in town that was around the area of 22nd and Francis, and that even with 1,000 feet setback, that house would have been just fine. It would have been in one of the gray areas. So there are areas where this could work and that have been used before. And incidentally, we didn't have any concerns or complaints about them being in that house. Let's see. Just in regards to research, something that Michael shared with me is about 90% of offenders, it's a family, a known person, or in a position of trust. And I do have concerns about neighbors feeling to children like they are trusted and known. So that's just my thoughts on the topic.
So you did number of feet and
what is included, all of these that are listed, and then who is impacted. I would like to see all registered sex offenders, and I would also like to entertain a restriction on the number of offenders living together, especially if there were victims who are under the age of 18.
Do you have any number in mind, or you just say you want it reduced?
Well, if a victim is under 18, one who could be mixed in with other that where the victims were not underage.
Here's my question. According to the neighbors, this home started out with 5, and now there are more people. Do we want to restrict the number of offenders living in a house?
That's a good question. I'm mostly concerned about where children are involved in this particular situation. And we had talked last, at our last presentation about Greeley's, and they were particularly focused on those who less than 18 years of age were affected or involved. So, I think that's pretty clear. Jeremy, how do you feel like that's clear enough? Okay.
Okay. Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. So I'd like to add on a little bit to Councilmember Popkins' phrase of optimal level of arbitrary. I do feel that residency restrictions in concept are a bit performative. Do not believe that a predator would stick to the confines of the immediate neighborhood of their residence. I mean, I grew up in a time when it was don't take candy from strangers, don't get into cars with strangers. And it was already, I believe, mentioned by the public tonight that at least a number of these persons have vehicles. So they are not confined to their immediate neighborhood. And so that's why, I don't necessarily think that residency restrictions are a problem solver. With that said, to alleviate fear in the community, going forward with the ordinance, I believe is prudent. Who's impacted? For me, the most important ones to consider in this ordinance moving forward are the sexually violent predators, as well as those with felonies involving minors. I do understand the multiple victims and multiple offenses, but I think top priority would be 1 and 4 in the circumstances, as in violent predators and felonies involving minors. Looking at all the maps, I felt that the most problematic maps were when we started to include private parks, oddly enough, just because of how the city has developed and our development code. There's little small pocket parks all over the city. And so that makes it a very difficult needle to thread as far as various 1,000-foot, 750, 500, so on and so forth. So I think for me, the most important parts are schools, daycares specifically, and then we can, I can get along with what we end up with as far as public parks and private parks and city facilities. As far as number of persons in a home, I think there should be if we have this conversation, I think we should realize that there's a big difference between congregate living of unsupervised folks versus folks who live in a very robust, programmed environment with strict, robust supervision. And I think there could be beneficial therapeutic reasons to have congregate living in such circumstance where there is, like I said, robust programming as well as robust supervision. So I think that's something to consider when we talk about congregate living and number of persons. So I'm not ready to throw out congregate living wholesale.
Okay.
And as you know me, being super loquacious, I will now end my time.
So, did you give me a setback?
I didn't.
You don't, okay, no setbacks. Okay.
Schools and daycares.
Yeah, but no,
It just depends.
okay. I'm putting a question mark by your name. Okay. Councilor Popkin.
This will be quick. Just a couple clarifications based on what other council members have said since. First, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify something that I think you were saying and kind of summarizing the shared living arrangements. I personally would really like to see what the research says and make our decisions as much as possible based on that. I think that would be prudent here.
Okay.
And I just want to second Councilman Rodriguez's comment on making sure that we distinguish to the extent that we can between kind of managed programs and unmanaged facilities. I think that was a valuable distinction, and I thank him for adding that. personally, as we think about what the research would say, to the extent staff can help me here, I would love to hear what the state SOMB board has to say on this. In theory, they are the professionals in this state who are looking at this and can give us hopefully more guidance or clarifications on this. Grant, going back to my question before on the live work business, I just wanted to ask, we heard from the public, I've read in emails that Mabara Solutions is a for-profit entity. They're a .org website, and I just wanted to make sure that we're appropriately considering them when we do this. So I don't know process-wise here in a study session of this magnitude here, if we can hear from that entity right now. If that's not the case, then I'd welcome that clarification via email from them or in a public hearing setting. Is that an option for us procedurally here, just to clarify a few things? It seems like.
We do have an email. We did have an email from, or I do.
Did you get the email?
I was told I'd be allowed to speak.
We do have an email.
So, what question was it you wanted to answer?
I wanted to first understand just for-profit and nonprofit, and then, to the extent that they are able to speak here, again, this is one entity that kind of prompted us to have this broader policy question. But to the extent that there are any misconceptions or assumptions that are made that are false or inaccurate, I wouldn't mind getting clarity there before we go off the deep end.
So I think it would be a good thing to clarify that with the residents as well. Michael, yoo-hoo.
What we have?
Can you let us know where you get your funding?
Okay.
Yes,
So we can.
either one of you.
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ruhollah Mubarez. I'm the founder and CEO of Mabara Solutions. I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I was told that I'd be given the opportunity to speak from Grant, and I was
I'm
a
sorry.
little perturbed that I was misled. So please forgive me for being antsy and putting my hand up and putting it back down.
It's fine.
Forgive me. I want to clarify. We are a for-profit, but let's be honest. If I was a nonprofit, we'd still be here. It wouldn't matter. We would still have the same issue, right? And I want to clarify one.
Stop.
I also want to clarify, we are a certified sober living home, certified by the Behavioral Health Administration's CAR, which stands for Colorado Association for Recovery Residents. And Harold was just on the website. We're listed on there as certified as a level S. As a sober living home, we are ADA protected constitutionally to operate our organization and our program. This comes from the feds. We had this issue once before with another county, and ACLU supported us and backed us up in this issue. We have tried our hardest to communicate with management and with council our intentions. And our intentions is mitigating risk to public safety. I'd love to answer questions. I'm very big on data. I think that one of the ladies earlier that spoke, she said 1 in 3 individuals have been assaulted at a young age. And you all had shared that the 90%, 85 to 90% is committed by a family member or a person in position of trust. The recidivism rate for individuals that have committed a sex offense is the lowest across the board compared to any other crime. The second closest is homicide. Individuals who commit a homicide are least likely to recommit a homicide. Individuals that commit a sex offense are least likely to commit. Now there's a caveat, that is with the completion of treatment. Every single member in our program is under the supervision of parole or probation. They are registering, and we have the individual that is in charge of registrations for the city of Longmont that's here. They are all being supervised, whether they have a parole officer, probation officer, or registration officers coming to ensure that they are following the rules. In addition to that, my staff is there twice a week performing life skills groups, teaching these individuals how to be responsible and emotionally intelligent adults. There's no other program in the state of Colorado that exists that does what we do. We are literally, virtually the only certified sober living home in the state of Colorado that is willing to accept people with sex offenses. No one else. And I think there was a bit of a Freudian slip earlier with this gentleman here. Remind me your name. Jeremy. He said criminalizing housing. That is exactly what we're doing here. We're criminalizing housing for people that have already completed their sentences. And these are individuals that are deemed low risk and safe to be in the community. We are coming in and adding an extra element of protection. By housing them together, they are safer together. I want to clarify that. It's therapeutic. They're holding each other accountable. My staff is holding them accountable. I am going in there and holding them accountable. And I want to say for the record, the reason why I do this work is multiple reasons. It's multifaceted. At the age of 3 and 4, I was assaulted by someone very close to me. And all my life, living in a very patriarchal, misogynistic society, I was never able to speak on that. And I'm not making excuses for my choices, but at the age of 20, I chose to horribly repeat the offense. And I became a statistic myself. And I spent 8 years in prison. And while I was in prison, it was through treatment and therapy that allowed me to pull my head out of my ass. Forgive my language. If it was not for that therapy and having the ability to rehabilitate myself, I would not be here standing with you today. And it is because of my experience that I think it qualifies me. And if I can show you my list of applicants, and I know it might be hard to see it from there, but this is a long list, and there's green and red, and 85% of this list is red. I am very picky on who we accept. We don't accept anybody. We have a very meticulous vetting process. It starts with an application process, a vetting process where I am interviewing and my staff is interviewing this individual with their case managers or probation officers included. And for the city of Longmont, I want to say there are people much smarter than me that can speak up on this issue that have already spoken up on this issue. The deputy chief for probation that's in charge of the SSU unit, Denise Metz, had wrote a letter to the council members advocating for what we do. We have partnered with the 20th Judicial Department, Probation Department, and helping their clients and having a mutual ancillary support. So when we get their referrals from the probation officers of Longmont, of Boulder, we're working very closely with who is supervising these individuals. In addition to that, we have someone, again, who is much smarter than me, is a owner and therapist at an organization called DCW. Her name is Alexandra Meziad, and she's a therapist for offense-specific therapy, which every single offender has to go through. It is a requirement. And the individuals that are in our care have to go through that treatment. They have to have a job. But let me say that Alexandra Meziad had wrote in our favor, and we presented that to management, and I don't know if management had sent it to you all. Harold saying yes. So we aren't just creating something and throwing it up in the air. We are data-driven. And again, this is scary. I understand where our neighbors are coming from. I understand where council members and everyone's coming from. But if we can just focus on data and facts, as we begin making these decisions that are not easy to make, I understand you have a whole constituent base that is applying pressure. I just ask that it is data-driven and not fear-based. And on the topic of fear, I think there are 2 women extremely smart in the nation. They are sex offense crime experts, and both of them are self-disclosed victims of a sex crime, Dr. Alyssa Ackerman and Dr. Alyssa Sabina. They have a podcast named Beyond Fear, and I highly recommend just listen to the first episode. These are 2 women that have committed their lives to learning more about sex crimes, why they happen, how do we prevent it, and how do we protect people after the fact. And they're one of the leading proponents of how to help people with sex offenses. And the registration laws, they talk about that. And I think that the direction that you're headed is the right direction. It's good to have safety measures in place, but you are going to create pockets and it is going to cause some disenfranchisement of an already disenfranchised class. They have the highest rate of stigma and discrimination based on any other crime. I can go on, and I guess I'll be loquacious and give up my time too. I'm more than happy to answer questions. I know that if anyone could answer them, it would be myself or Michael. We want to open the doors. We have an open house. We have it planned. We want to open the doors to council members, to community members. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I don't want to make this like a full public hearing. Can I ask one follow-up?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I appreciate that context, and just wanted to clarify on the record that I was not trying to shut down your colleague earlier during the public invited to be heard. I was wrong about one of the procedures that we have during what, and so anyway, that was not the intent at the time. One of the standards in or principles in the CAR standards, CARR standards, is be a good neighbor. And I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on what being a good neighbor means to Marvara Solutions, yourself personally, as it relates to both before and during active operations.
So in our contract, in our handbook, we have a good neighbor policy where every single one of our program participants is agreeing to being a good neighbor. I can read word for word what that is, or I can email you the section, whatever you'd like, just for the sake of time.
Why don't you just email it to all of us?
Perfect, we'll do that.
Okay.
But we have a good neighbor policy.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Sorry, I'd still love to just know what that means to you, beyond just what's in the contract there of like before and during operations, what being a good neighbor means to the company overall.
So when you're saying before and after, what do you mean?
Sorry, before you establish operations at a like just operations of a facility, and then as you are operating the facility.
As we're operating the facility, our focus of being a good neighbor is ensuring that we are mitigating risk and lowering risk to the community. We want to make sure that the people in our program are being the best possible individual. We follow Maslow's hierarchy of needs, so we want to promote the healthiest version of themselves. Us as an organization, we are doing open houses. We are engaging conversations with our city members. We have open communication with our parole members, probation members, and local nonprofits. The people who work with this population know who we are, and we communicate very well with these folks. I hope that answers your question.
Mostly does. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. So, we're still on the residency. Do you have, Jeremy, and you don't have direction? Okay, let me go through. Matthew says 750 feet and 500 feet. 500 from parks and 750 from daycare, schools, city facilities, daycare, schools, city, public. That was it. Daycare, city facilities, and schools. Okay. Sean wants more information, so he doesn't have a.
I said 1,000.
You did?
And I wanted all of across the list there. But I didn't say who is impacted, and it would be sexually violent. 1 and 4 would be my priority. 1 and 4 would be my priority.
Okay.
And I don't know if golf courses are part of that.
No.
But you know, if we would exclude those, I think that's highly unlikely.
Okay. Susie was the same, 1,000. 500 on parks.
Yes, and 1 and 4.
1 and 4. Aaron is a question mark. But he wants, he doesn't have any idea about how far, but it is the same as SVP and kids, 1 and 4. And Diane was 1,000 feet and 1 and 4. No, all of them. Any registered sex offender. So I am the same with, I'll go with, it's just perfunctory because it's not gonna, I'll say 1,000, but 1 and 4. Does that make sense to you now?
Well, I think the challenge is we need council to give us clear direction with 4 members in terms of where we move from here.
Okay,
So if we could take who's impacted, I've heard 1 in 4
yes.
from a
Good
couple
majority
of
there.
folks. All registered sex offenders from 1 individual. And so I just need clear direction from council on
Okay. All of those who want to have, who's impacted be 1 and 4, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Matthew?
All 4? I was all 4 on up there.
Okay.
But I will at least include the 2. Like it's inclusive of those 2 at a minimum.
Mine includes those two.
Right, you're all 4? Or no, you're even more.
Yeah, those are the priority.
Yes.
And that 2 were added, it wouldn't change my opinion.
Let's do all 4.
Let's do all
We all went all 4.
Okay.
Those who want 1,000 feet setback,
From schools and daycares.
schools and daycares.
As a point of
And-
personal privilege, before we vote on that, can we just, or not vote, but before we give direction on that, can we just see what the numbers that we said actually look like on the GIS map? There was 1,000 feet from schools and daycares and 500 from public and private parks, is that correct?
Mhm.
Would that be acceptable, just for clarity's sake? I know that the golf courses are still included, right?
I don't think golf
Mayor Pro
courses are
Tem,
included.
Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring.
Thank you, Mayor. So I move that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock because we're getting close to 11 o'clock.
Second.
Thank you.
Of course you would second it. You've got a lot of questions.
I don't have any more. I'm so sorry, I have questions on a complicated topic.
All those in favor of extending the, raise your hand.
Aye.
I do not
want to carry this over.
Nay.
You guys got to speak up. I can't
Okay, I-
read your minds.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
We got 4, at least.
on the machine? Oh, it's on
We're all on the map,
We're all on the map, sorry.
We're looking at our maps.
Mayor, council, I think on the golf course question, I don't think golf courses are included because when you look at the maps changing, the golf courses never actually get covered.
Oh, okay.
So I do not think that golf courses are included as we're seeing the map move.
That's true, but we need to kind of.
That's fine, if they're not included, great. So,
There's 1,000.
so this is the 1,000 feet for schools and, no, city parks, yes.
Daycares.
Oh, no, sorry,
Daycares.
yeah. So Grant, is that the 500 feet from and from public and private parks and 1,000 feet from schools and daycares?
And city
And
facilities.
city facilities?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll make one comment here and then I will stop being loquacious. That comment is, this creates exactly what I'm afraid of, which is just a few pockets across the city. I think the 1,000 feet is is not productive, if not counterproductive here. And I don't see how that solves anything close to what we're trying to achieve here. So that's my comment. I can't support the 1,000 feet piece of this unless we're rearranging some other elements of it.
So once again, those who want 1,000 feet, raise your hand.
And this is for schools and daycares, correct?
Yes.
Just schools and daycare.
Schools, daycares, city facilities.
Not cities' facilities.
Okay.
Schools and daycares.
Well, they have to be able to go to a rec center, for crying out loud, and work out.
Well, this is about where the individuals live, remember, not about where they can go. Yeah. So we had 4 people say 1,000 feet from schools and daycares. No, not city facilities. Okay.
And 500 feet from, those who want 500 feet from parks and trails.
Or not trails.
Trails aren't in this.
Don't confuse it.
Breezeways. So is that, do we have 4
I said for parks, yes.
Grant,
parks?
parks? Did you want to see that? Or no?
Yeah, raise your hand if you were one of the 4s. 500 from the parks.
No. What are you thinking?
I'm on the record. So I just want to say, I know there's a conversation, does the setback inhibit recidivism? But honestly, am I saying it wrong? Okay. Honestly, I don't know if that's relevant, because the thing with setbacks is that's the tool that we have available to us. And we already have 286 living in Longmont. So they have found housing. They are not going to be impacted by this ordinance. So we're not moving them out of the city, okay? So we're just saying, well, how much more space do we have? And to me, with the 1,000-foot map, there are still spaces. And those are good spaces. I know from Mubaraz that they have lived in one of those spaces previously. And as I mentioned, I was not aware of that because I did not hear any complaints about that particular home. So I think those spaces that are, further away from schools and parks have less concern from neighbors. And so it's appropriate. I think, what we know from all the public input that we get is that if we don't get it exactly right, the public will come and tell us. So let's just start with something and go from there.
I mean, I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Chris. When we're talking about the optimal level of arbitrary, we're not going to get it right. There is no right answer here, and we just need to acknowledge that. Just because it's a tool we have doesn't mean it's a tool we should use, or we should use to the fullest extent. You don't buff out a dent in a car with an axe. You just don't. It's a tool you have. That doesn't mean it's what you do. I look at this and I see, we've heard from neighbors commendably who have stayed this long tonight, and I appreciate you all sticking around for this thoughtful discussion, what I hope you see as a thoughtful discussion. We've heard from neighbors from basically one neighborhood in the city. We have not heard from any constituents in any of the areas we're talking about being affected here. Okay, sorry. We've heard from a vast minority, and it certainly was not advertised as being a topic of conversation. Thank you. From anyone living anywhere else. Again, we're not. This might be a tool we use, and as you heard before, I'm not opposed to using it to some degree, but we're creating unintended consequences potentially here of how we lay out the city. And so I might be outnumbered here, but I just want to acknowledge that just because it's a tool we have does not mean we should use it to an extent that was also arbitrarily decided by some peer cities. We're designed differently, we're laid out differently, we're designed more densely in some ways and more compactly, and that's actually an asset in a lot of cases that might complicate this. And we don't have perfect information here, but I would very much urge my colleagues to be careful about the implications of all of the exact distances. I do think we need some restrictions. The question is, how far do we go?
And that is exactly what I tried to lay out in my email that people didn't like, is that our cities are all geographically planned differently, built differently. You can't just say because one city did this, that our city should do it. So I agree with you, but we're not going to make anyone happy here at all. So once again, how many people would like, how many counselors would like a 1,000-foot setback on schools and daycares? Going forward, everybody else is grandfathered in. So,
The question is, how many want 1,000?
1,000-foot setback on, I did, I want to reaffirm it after this conversation.
Okay.
So then,
yes, I'll raise them.
Okay.
schools and daycares.
There's 4 of us. You got your 4.
But I think the next question was
Parks.
parks. And do we want to do half that because people,
How many of you want 500 feet on parks and parks? So you got your 4. What else were we looking for here?
the numbers one.
I think that's it.
Oh, and the impact. Who will it impact?
You already did that.
Yeah, okay,
I
you
think
got that.
Yeah, so I think we have all 4 and who's impacted is what we had 4 folks say on that. You have given us the distances for schools and daycares, and you've given us the answer for public parks and private parks. With the 1,000 and the 500, the only thing that council's brought up that you haven't given direction on is, we just want to make sure that we're clear on what you want, is the number of individuals living in a residential unit. You haven't.
Most want more research on that,
Okay.
whatever that entails.
So there's 2 ways we can approach this. We can draft the ordinance based on what you have given us for who is impacted, what's included, and the distance, and bring that forward as a first reading.
Yes.
And then we can bring additional information on the number living in a residential unit as part of an agenda item, but not included in the ordinance. Is that what council wants us to do?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Also, I would like more operational information. I think that's only fair to Mobara Solutions and others that have, are in this situation. How do they relate to the city? What process is there for licensing, permitting, what have you? Where are they able to put a facility, if we're saying that really doesn't fit in a residential zoning? Does it fit more in a commercial area? Does it fit more in a multi-use area? And that would be helpful to point out, and actually might help us with our mapping issues as well. Let's see. So, and then, yeah, anyway, I'm also interested as to why Longmont is of such interest, and I think it may be because of our inclusivity and our integrated approach to housing, but also when we have other supportive housing, we generally have some support from county and state organizations. So is that something that would be available in this type of model? And not to put too much research on you, but just
Yeah, no.
generalistically, it would be good to know.
Yeah, no, I think when you ask the question, I think one of it is really impacted in some of the information that Molly provided. So Longmont's the most affordable community from a housing perspective in Boulder County. And we have talked to council in the past about the fact that when you look in housing conversations and you look at the number of people that have housing choice vouchers, a significant number of people that have housing choice, and this is not connected to registered sex offenders. This is just part of the housing group to give you all perspective in what we're seeing. As we've talked about with council, and this may have been pre-Councilmember Popkin, when we look at the numbers from Boulder County Housing and we look at the numbers from Boulder Housing Partners in terms of their vouchers, about 50% of their voucher holders actually reside in Longmont. And so part of the question, I think, is inherently related to affordability in terms of what we're seeing in our community, because we're seeing that in the housing choice voucher conversation. And those are things that we've talked about before in different settings. And so I really think that's probably what we're going to see, but we'll definitely look into it. But I just am connecting to something completely different where we're seeing very similar things occur in the housing choice voucher world.
Yeah, thank you. I also just want to acknowledge that there were people from other neighborhoods that came to talk about this issue. I think when Chief Artist brought up that particular map, I would say that it's kind of interspersed throughout the whole city in terms of where sex offenders live in our town. And I have gotten emails from other neighborhoods and appreciated seeing that as well. So I just think when people have an HOA and they live in a residential neighborhood, they expect to not have a business down the street, and there needs to be a little bit more community engagement and understanding of what would be happening in that if we were to allow it. So just, which I think might be a variance of some kind, because our zoning, prohibits that. So just operationally would like to know, it would be nice to know about these things before the neighborhoods have to come to us with severe concerns.
So what I'm hearing council wanting us to look at in that is there a way to build a process to where there is some mechanism that triggers engagement, because the system is not currently built for that, but creates something within the code that creates some process where we're aware of it prior to something occurring. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and one of the things with the maps that we're talking about is it kind of forces that conversation to some degree, because there's only certain areas where you can locate. And so it's clunky. I agree with Councilor Popkin. That's not a perfect tool, but that's what's been at our disposal. Yeah. So let's see if we can't, make a bit better path. That's something that we excel at in our city. So.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Just piggybacking off of that element, because I don't think I heard any opposition to looking at our options for notification. At a minimum, I think, hopefully being a good neighbor, if you're operating a facility or if you are working on treatment programs, would be engagement and education that goes with that, and it would be proactive. So I don't know what we can require on that front, but I would like to look at what our options are from a notification standpoint, and if any of the other jurisdictions have included something like that. I'm disappointed that people had to find this out through their own research.
Is that something council wants us to look at putting in?
I only want it if there is some kind of oversight, if they don't adhere to letting us know, and because it's complicated. Would we shut somebody down if we did not know about it? For example, the one that we're talking about now, would we say sorry? You're done? You
I
did
mean,
not go through the process?
New development proposals that don't follow the rules don't pass the Planning and Zoning Commission. As far as I'm aware, but Jeremy can correct me if I'm wrong there.
But they come to you before. I'm talking about,
But they have to notify of the hearing, they have to notify of the application that's pending.
I'm talking about if they don't do that, but they move in to
Oh, sure, I was just using an analogous process. I'm not saying it would be the same process.
No, it can't.
Yeah, no, I understand that, sorry.
So that's my point. We need to talk about it.
Okay.
Okay, I think we are done. Do you have, with this, do you have enough info?
So what we're going to do is bring back a first reading on what you've directed with
Okay.
additional questions for the items that are unanswered for additional direction from council.
Okay.
No, not at this point. I got to see how long it takes to draft and.
And we have other things on the agenda that have to be addressed as well this month. So. Okay, we are now on our legislative bills with Assistant City Manager Sandy Cedar. Thank
Hello.
everybody for all of your input and comments.
Hello, Mayor Peck, members of council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. I'll go super quick. We've got 3 bills. The first one is the one that you asked for us to bring back, House Bill 1240. And essentially, they have gutted this bill. They've
Yeah.
taken out most of the provisions in this bill. So at this point, even though we would suggest that you still support the bill for what's left in it, all of the concerns that Councilmember Chris brought up about all landlords being subject to this bill have been ripped out of it, as well as the $20 limit on the late fees. And basically, at this point, it sets a limit of $5,000 of damages and better clarifies the required reimbursement of rent when somebody has been discriminated against for having a voucher. So that's all that's left in the bill at this point. It's really up to the council. We would still suggest that you support it, just because any assistance without it being too onerous on landlords is what we're looking for. But it's certainly up to the council.
I think, from my perspective, taking out the part that landlords need to accept vouchers doesn't help us any, because they don't accept them now. So the whole point of putting that in there was that we get more people housed. So I can't vote for it, because that was important to me. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
So have we, as this council, ever taken a position of no position? I don't think we've ever come across that. Can we just take
Yeah.
a position of no position
Oh,
on
yeah,
this?
of course.
Okay, I move we do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So it's been moved that we take a position on 1240, HB 1240 of no position, made by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring and seconded by Councilor McCoy. Let's vote. It isn't recording again. Oh, gosh. I am a yay. So that carries unanimously.
Thanks, Mayor. Peck.
I'm sorry, that carries 6-0 with Councilor Yarbrough absent.
And I just want to thank Molly O'Donnell for all of her help with
Yes,
reading
thank
these bills
you.
and helping me get through this session for sure. Your next bill is House Bill 25-1295 concerning the operation of food trucks and establishing a reciprocal licensing and permitting system. So currently, we license mobile food trucks through our planning and development services. And we consider this to be a land use decision for where these food trucks can be. They in Longmont, they can't be too close to a restaurant, for example, and those kinds of things.
Right.
This bill would basically say that the state also gets to help with that permitting, except that their restrictions are that you have to be only 50 feet from a restaurant. They're actually, in my mind, making those land use decisions on behalf of the council, which again is not where we want to go. So the city council, so the staff recommends that the city council oppose this bill.
Yeah. Okay. I move that we oppose 1295.
Second.
So it was seconded by Councilor Chris. Let's vote. And I'll vote yes to oppose. That passes 6-0 with Councilor Yarbrough absent.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. The last one is House Bill 25-1300. And this one really is about workers' compensation cases. And so today, currently, if somebody were injured on the job here at the city, we have a set of designated providers that people would go to that we know understand workers' compensation law. They are assessed. They also can have some choice of their own private doctors, depending on what that looks like with our risk management department. What this bill would do is this would open it up to any doctor that's on the state's list. It's like a list of 117 pages of information. I think the concern from our risk management folks is that that will be very confusing for the person who is injured. If they end up going to a doctor that doesn't understand workers' compensation law, that could create a mess. Plus, then our risk management folks then are trying to track all these cases on all these doctors all over the place. So they really feel like this is inefficient. I think the idea is good to give people choice in workers' compensation, but the practicality is inefficient and confusing and could actually harm people who've been injured on the job. So staff recommends that the council oppose House Bill 25-1300.
I move that we oppose 25-1300.
Second.
And it was seconded by Councilor Chris. Let's vote. And I'm voting yes to oppose. Who's writing these bills?
I guess my gut instinct is that this is a year with no money for the state, and so
Yeah.
I think other things take.
That passes 6-0 with Councilor Yarbrough absent.
Thank you.
Thank you
Mayor
very
and council.
much. We are now at council comments. Do you have any comments?
I have to be at a student conference on Tuesday, the 22nd of April, and I just want to let you know I would not be here. There's just no way I can manage 35 students and still chime in on council either remotely or anything like that. So it's just impossible. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Since Councilmember Yarborough is out, because I figured she would announce this Sunday, April 6th, at the Boulder County Fairgrounds is the second annual Youth Life Skills Fair from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's a lot longer than last year. Different booths for kids to ages 11 through 17 to get out there and just change a tire. I'm going to have a booth on hemming and sewing buttons. So that's so just different, and then different organizations will be out there to offer resources to parents as well as our youth. So come join.
And our city manager will show boys how to put on a tie.
Oh, yeah.
And young ladies.
And young ladies.
And young ladies.
Oh, fantastic. City manager remarks?
No comments, Mayor, Council.
City attorney?
No comments, Mayor.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved that we adjourn by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring. All those in favor say aye. We are adjourned. I'm not going to even ask that. Thank you for this discussion. It was heavy.
It was heavy.
And a lot of it was good. We learned a lot of what we can't do and what doesn't matter